Test, test. Hello, everyone. Just want to give you a heads up that we'll be starting our third panel in about 10 minutes. So if you want to grab some coffee, there's a fresh pot of coffee and tea at the back. Anything you want to do it now, and we'll be starting promptly at 1:30. Thank you.
Hello, can you all hear me? Good? Okay. If I can ask everyone to start making their way back over here to the seating area, we are going to start back the second half of the conference. Yeah, you can. Before I start, I have a quick lost and found item. It's a very nice silver bracelet. If anybody's, I'll have it. We'll keep it if no one claims it. Okay. Yes? Okay.
Did we find that gold tooth?
No, we didn't find it yet. Okay, so everybody, welcome back to Black Futurities Conference. We listen and we don't judge. Hopefully you all had a chance to eat, get some good food, talk to each other, you know? Okay. So I'm going to get started introducing our third panel. So our third panel commences the second half of the conference, which is moderated by Dr. Jessica Bundy, who's here, and is entitled Making Space, Entering the Field. Our panelists are Marcus Singleton, Sonia Lewis, Tionda Fonte Coleman, Sarah George, and Adijang Ajibola Gibbs. So if I can welcome our panelists up to the stage. Thank you. As we know, graduate students are often at the forefront of shaping new directions in Black studies, yet they navigate institutional barriers, limited resources, and structural challenges. This panel centers the experiences of Black graduate students engaging with Black studies. We want to know what mentorship structures, curricular supports, and institutional commitments are needed for them to thrive. Beyond just surviving the academy, what would it look like for emerging scholars to feel fully supported in their research, professional development, and community engagement? Once again, I would like to mention that the audience can join the conversation live using the We Listen and We Don't Judge Menti link and code on the screen. The code is 953-20423. Yeah. Can you welcome panel 3 again? Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Shauna. How's everyone doing? Are we fed? Are we awake? We have an amazing panel here, so I'm going to give folks about 30 seconds. Introduce yourself, what university you're at, and then we'll get into our questions. So go right ahead.
I noticed that I was set up.
Everyone avoided sitting next to me for this reason. I'm so sorry.
Yeah. Well, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Sonia Lewis, and I am a PhD candidate in the Faculty of Education at York University. My relationship to Black study is simple. I am a student, emerging scholar, researcher, and also an educator of Black studies.
Hello, my name is Tionda Fonte Coleman. I am a PhD candidate at the Dalalana School of Public Health in the Social and Behavioral Health Sciences Division. I'm also the manager of research and policy at Black Health Alliance, which I have to mention because it shapes my experience as a student. And my relationship to Black studies is one that I'm still exploring because I wasn't fortunate enough to be a student of a Black studies division, but I feel like I've really benefited from other folks.
Thank you.
Hi, everyone. My name is Sarah George. I'm a third-year PhD candidate in the Department of Sociology and Anthropology, specializing in African Studies at Carleton University. And my relationship to Black studies, I think I would be similar to yours. I've found Black studies by way of African studies, and so it has meant a lot of reading, as we talked about in one of the previous panels.
Hello, everyone. My name is Adigun Ajibola. My transatlantic name is Gibbs. If you prefer that version, I'm a doctoral student at the University of Alberta, and I'm also the president of the Black Graduate Student Association there. My relationship with Black studies comes from my Black radical tradition, from my political science background. I realized that it wasn't political science, and so I decided to pivot But my doctoral studies is really in educational policy. Thank you.
Peace, peace. Marcus Singleton, originally from the south side of Chicago, Inglewood. I'm a PhD candidate at U of T, Oise, Social Justice Education Department. And basically, my introduction to Black Studies is you can't live in the south side of Chicago and not be, it's in me, homegrown. So I'll just say that for sure.
Thank you. I also forgot to introduce myself, Jessica Bundy. I'm an assistant professor at the Department of Sociology and Anthropology at the University of Guelph, and I'm African Nova Scotian, so thanks for those who had that conversation earlier about representing. So to start us off, given your positionality as a student and in some cases a candidate trying to work in Black Studies, what do you think Black Studies in Canada does well? And I'll open it up to whoever wants to go first.
Perhaps I should go first.
I don't think I should answer this question being a Black American, so I would concede to my Canadian brothers and sisters.
All right, I'll go first. I like to write down my thoughts, so here are my thoughts. Black Studies in Canada creates spaces for Black students to thrive, to feel a sense of belonging. It has created for us what Bell Hooks calls a home place, a site of resistance, a space where we can for a moment be shielded from the violence of white supremacy and from the traumatic experiences of everyday racism. Black Studies in Canada equips us as Black students, scholars, researchers, with the tools we need to understand our humanity. It allows us to unearth the essence of our Blackness through lens that disrupts the inferior construction of Blackness that is normalized by colonial institutions such as the education system and the media, to name a few. Black Studies provide the space we need to articulate ourselves as human beings, it allows us to explore our lived realities through our theories, methodologies, narratives, stories, and ways of knowing that are grounded specifically in Blackness. And in doing so, we are able to emancipate ourselves and our community from the shackles of oppression. For me, Black Studies in Canada offers hope. It provides spaces where we can recreate and reimagine the complexity of Blackness, Black womanhood, Black manhood, Black identities outside of the confines of whiteness. In essence, for me, Black Studies for us evokes spaces where our Blackness and Black identities can re-exist as sites of liberation instead of sources of oppression. Finally, Black Studies in Canada allows me the space I need to consciously affirm my Blackness, Black lives, Black womanhood, as I am and will always be a proud Black woman, Black histories, Black contributions, and the Black experiences. That's it for me for now.
Incredible. Talking about the space, strengths, needs, and freedom Black spaces like Black Canadian Studies allow, we appreciate that. Does anyone else want to share their thoughts on what Black Canadian Studies does well?
Well, I think what it does well for me is connections and context, and it also provides an avenue for criticality. Connections first because it allows us to be able to make connections across disciplines. Coming from a political science background, Black Studies in Canada let me see the connections in the diaspora and the fact that there are so many connections around, even across the disciplines. Criticality to also be able to investigate very, very well different disciplines and the kinds of biases and whiteness that it subsumes and hides under. And yeah, connections and also affirmations. Black Studies also allows us to be able to affirm our lived realities, whether it is affirmed in any methodology or not. And yeah, I think that's what Black Studies does.
Thank you. Somebody else?
Yeah, I can add. I want to be honest and say that I've not been fortunate enough to be a student of a program that's specifically identified in Blackness. But I have been fortunate enough to work with many, many Black mentors who are my direct supervisors and otherwise. And in working with them, what I get is protection. Protection from the ivory tower, protection from being the only one in the room, protection from wanting to protect my own community. When other people are in the space with me, we are colleagues, we convene, we prevent separation, and I've been really, really fortunate to be on the receiving end of that.
Despite it not being explicitly Black Canadian studies, in many ways it's still those Black spaces that allow you to thrive. Did you?
Absolutely.
Yeah, did you want to go?
Sure, yeah. So I think I should share a little bit about my position. I'm also a Zimbabwean, like one of the Professor Selena and some folks in the house. I moved to the United States when I was 5 and then to Canada as a teenager. So that movement really has influenced the way I understand race. Zimbabwe in particular, a lot of people we know about South Africa, but Zimbabwe outside of South Africa has the highest population of white settlers in Africa, right? And the professor talked about our independence struggle, but that was actually against what's called the Unilateral Declaration of Independence, where a rogue white nationalist government broke away from the British Crown and took over our country. So when I came to Canada and I hear Black people and now they're talking about indigeneity and they're talking about settlers and all these different things, I sat at the feet of African Americans for many years, and I've now had the honor of doing the same in Canada, and I really sense that Canada is a space of possibility, particularly in terms of Pan-Africanism, for the diversity like that we talked about earlier quite a bit, and particularly because a lot of Africans and Caribbean people, particularly I'm focused on Africans as a Zimbabwean, but the African migration to the country of Canada and the way that we are all put in these spaces together alongside Caribbean people, alongside African Nova Scotians, alongside Black Americans and people who've been here for generations, we all have this shared experience of anti-Blackness, and Black Canadian Studies gives us an interdisciplinary format to build out what we want our future to look like. And so that space of possibility is something that I've really hung on to as a student of African studies as we attempt to decolonize that discipline. I think Black studies offers us a lot of those answers.
Thank you so much. Yes, please.
Just to piggyback off of my brother and what my sister said, for me, being a Black American, it's filling in the gaps for me. Like being able to have a brother that's Jamaican. One of my closest friends here is Jamaican. He from Scarborough, and us having that dialogue. You know, we don't focus on the difference. We focus more on the similarities. You know what I'm saying? Like me learning about like patois and learning from people that's from Trinidad and, you know, Bayesian and like African, East African, West African. I be stalking Somalians in my community because I just like watching them, how they commune and build. And my wife was like, why are you stalking the Somali? Just like, I love the way they move, like the way they convene. And somebody said it in the last panel, they in a coffee shop just building. And I just sit there and just watch, like, that's amazing to me. Like, just to hear the different languages and the way people move. And I think not only Toronto, but Black Studies has allowed me as a Black American to build those relationships that I may not have had the opportunity in Chicago. So. For sure.
I thank you, Marcus. I was going to pick on you in the next question because we're talking about Black studies in Canada, and you're here, and so you have stuff to contribute. And I think that all this discussion connects well to the previous panel about Blackness and Black globalities. So sort of the inverse of the first question, what does Black studies in Canada not do well? For example, what hoops are you jumping through? What gaps do you feel like you're compensating for, and how? And Marcus, I am going to pick on you now.
What you said, what Black Studies is lacking?
What is it not doing well?
For me, personally?
Yeah.
Or, from the Canadian context? I'm just
if
trying
somebody
to be
else
sure.
wants to save
clarity,
him and step
clarity.
in, they can.
It's all about clarity. I wouldn't say, I get frustrated with Black Canadians saying that they don't have a history. You know what I mean? And they try to they always they feel like the need to lean on Black American history, but I feel like it's a rich history here. Like, instead of, it's like, I don't know what it is. It's like this mindset that they feel like they have to lean on Black America. We need to learn from y'all. Like, I liked what the sister said. She sat at the feet. Us as Black Americans need to humble ourselves and sit at the feet of Black Canadians and learn from the Canadian. My wife is Canadian, so she know more about the American context than me. And I'm like, I think that's a travesty. Like, we so close as neighbors. I think that's an injustice for me not to know what's going on with my brothers and sisters in Canada. So for me, that's my frustration, is that a lot of Black Canadians feel like they don't have a history, but it's a rich history here from Nova Scotia that I'm learning about, you know what I mean? Even in Montreal, like the Sir Charles incident, you know what I mean? The documentary, The Ninth Floor, like, it's filling in the gaps for me, and it's a rich history here that needs to be tapped in. And you don't have to rely on Black American history. We got enough of that. We need to learn more about the Black Canadian context.
No, I appreciate
sure.
that. And as Dr. Collins sort of alluded to before, there's a rich history in Nova Scotia specifically, someone whose grandparents and great-grandparents go back to the 17th century. So I'll turn the question to other folks. Like, what do you think Black Studies in Canada is maybe not doing so well? Are there hoops or things that you're doing to sort of adjust with that?
I have a few. The first is really related to your point, Marcus. I think we really need to be thinking about like our theories and our theoretical underpinnings. I think we over-rely on American theories or theories from the United Kingdom, and we're really in need of a specific theory that's rooted in the place of Canada, because we have a very unique experience based on the history of the country, but also based on the histories of all the folks who come here. Second, I think that there is a need for more positive collaboration within Black Studies. I think there are a lot of silos. I think there's a little bit of challenge on wanting to work with folks you don't know as well. And I think there's a bit of protectionism because resources are short, and we all want to do great work. And so there's a really strong need for like more fostered collaboration. And I had a third one, but oh, thank you.
As
I'm
we
gonna
listen and we
take
don't-
my pause for a second. My third one was mentorship. As a student, I've been really, really fortunate to have amazing mentors, and students come to me all the time wanting mentorship across your position in your career. So for me, I feel like I'm a very early career researcher. I'm still a student, and I want to extend myself to mentor students who aren't in the path that I am, because there's a hidden curriculum, and if no one tells you, sometimes you don't know.
Thank you. Sarah, Sonia, Adigan?
All right. We listen, we don't judge. So for me, although Black Studies does offer a home place for us, I also find that at times it has become a place or a space of oppression, where I have to be very careful of the way I say or do things within Black spaces, especially as a Black woman. Black Studies in Canada at times can be stagnant. It is the same reading, the same journal, the same articles, the same authors. It's like we don't look outside of the gatekeepers. Right? If I am not saying what the established scholars before me are saying, you know, the gatekeepers. Those who were once students and has now taken on the master's role, I find I run the risk of being evicted from the home space. This hurts because Black Studies for me is about my history. It's my lived experiences. It's my reality. Why then must I jump through hoops to be seen and heard in my home space? In this way, Black Studies in Canada does not make space for diverse ways of knowing within Blackness. As a result, I often embrace a culture of silence as it offers safety from the unequal power balances that lies between young scholars and seasoned veterans. As students, we are admitted to Black studies, but admission and access is two different things. We're admitted, but we do not have full access to Black studies. We're not allowed to be our true, authentic selves in Black studies here in Canada. There is a particular kind of Blackness that is allowed in some Black studies spaces. And fortunately or unfortunately, I don't necessarily fall within that perimeter. You know, the Blackness that only thinks and reproduce what was there before. This forces me to leave some of myself and sometimes all of myself at the door. I also found that as a Black student in Black studies, sometimes our professors go outside of their way to make the white student in our spaces feel comfortable to the extent where they're harming us, the Black students. And I understand this is often done out of fear of having, you know, the privilege of whiteness complain on you and you might have to answer some question. But what is the cost of my success, right? So I think about these things. What else? If Black study is to be my home place, it has to protect me first before anyone else. Likewise, I find that Black studies in Canada is fragmented, so I share the same thing that you were just saying, right? We don't readily share our ideas. We feel that someone's going to steal our geniusness or whatever it is that someone is going to steal, right? We don't share our resources. We don't share our work. Everyone is doing their own thing. Everyone is competing with each other. Black studies in Canada could benefit from more meaningful collaboration. It is a collective effort that would allow Black studies to transcend the boundaries of a few courses. You know, we have these courses here and there, and morph into an established department across all education institutions in Canada. We really need to stop working in silos. Black studies in Canada would be more fruitful if we are willing to work as a collective, veterans and emerging scholars alike. These are just a few of the things. Emphasis on a few, because there's so much more, but we don't have time for that today, that we need to work on.
Maybe during the Q&A, we can have some of those discussions, especially around perceived like scarcity and therefore competitiveness. I'll open it up to other folks who haven't spoken yet.
For me, I think what Black studies in Canada is lacking is in my mind, three dimensions. First is the institutional. And I say the institutional because within the nation state of Canada, as someone referred to, you watch these videos on YouTube, but no one tells you that there is anti-Black racism in Canada, whereas you think that you're on the PR route and everything is going to be hunky-dory when you're here. So on that institutional dimension, there seems to be a subjugation of Blackness in the whole radar of importance, whether it's EDI, who goes first, all of that. So if they are going to be doing hiring, Black studies usually, and then when people get access, they get only limited access, and then they're the first to be kicked out if there is any shrinking and whatnot. The other part is also from the pedagogical. As anyone knows, whiteness doesn't only speak on the streets, it also speaks in the classroom. And so what you have is a lot of classroom dynamics that really speaks to the shrinking of Black voices, Black methods, and even when you have Black methods, it's often ascribed to whiteness. So that you say one thing, the exact thing you say, someone else says it, and then that is affirmed. And it is nullified because it's only coming from you. And we've seen that happen in so many spaces in the past, in history and all of that. And I think it's, well, the other part I want to talk about that that's a challenge for Black studies in Canada is also really with the personnel. And I say the personnel because oftentimes people seem to not understand the connections in the different stories and lived realities that is brought to Black studies. So there is an agenda for the nation state, which is basically this multilateral, the national, or what do you call it? Multicultural project versus the real complexities between Blackness or amongst Blackness in Canada. So there's that conflict.
Yeah, and I think someone on one of the previous panels said this, and forgive me, I'm not remembering who, but the narrative of multicultural masking anti-Black racism fairly consistently. So I thank you for that. And Sarah, did you have anything to add to this one?
Yeah, just pretty briefly, I think the panel on globalities was a bit about this, but as someone coming from the African studies background, I noticed that sometimes it's quite often the same people that I will see like in both spaces, but there's no, from what I can tell as a student, institutional relationship in Canada between African studies and Black studies, right? And with the influx of migrants from the continent of Africa in the past, 15, 20 years, this is showing up in the conversations that we have, right? So when we're talking about things like Blackness and belonging, Blackness and becoming, these are conversations that would be very much strengthened. If we were also looking at what's being said in African studies about the African people that are coming, that are migrating. Same goes for Caribbean studies too, right? My position is just that of African. But I think that's something I'd really like to see. We touched a little bit about it this morning, but like I was at lunch with someone today and I was like, yeah, I'm at Carleton. And they were like, oh, are there Black people at Carleton? And Ottawa actually is home to the third largest population of Black people in Canada, right? So a lot of folks have been saying it's very Ontario focused, but I would go a little bit even deeper than that and say that it really is very regional. It depends on where you are, that the studies are happening and that we know about different groups of people. So I would really like to see more emphasis placed on some of these communities that don't have as much historical knowledge about them. As somebody who does work on Ottawa, there's very little that's been written about that community. And so I'm basically picking things up from elsewhere, which are not always accurate. And then, yeah, I think you touched on it already, but really like the lack of an institutional presence. I'm happy to see that there are degree programs with like majors being started. I know a lot of what we've seen has been very ephemeral, so like certificates, things like that, that don't actually make it possible for us to build the discipline in the way we want to. Like I'm the grad student rep for the Black Canadian Studies Association, so even when we're thinking about mobilizing grad students to do things, it's really hard to do that when, like you said, the Black Studies programs don't stand on their own, and then everybody's scattered, so you don't really know who everyone is. So outside of like the BSA at University of Alberta, which is very long-lasting, has been there for years, when students come and go, it's really hard to form those communities and for us to know each other and really have that community.
Thank you. I think talking a lot about the siloing of experiences is sort of a theme of that one. And so identifying the strengths and some of maybe weaknesses of Black studies in Canada, I just need to remind folks, we listen. So this question might be somewhat uncomfortable, but what role is sort of playing the game having in your graduate journey? Do you leave yourself at the door in any way? If so, how does it affect you both personally and professionally? Sorry, I have something in my eye as well, so I apologize. I'm not crying.
We listen, we don't judge.
Yeah, thanks.
I mean, I'll go. I'm not playing the game no more.
Yeah.
Like when I first started my graduate studies, when I first moved here, I was told I had an accent. That was I was like, what? I got an accent? I never heard that before. So being in class, I wouldn't really talk. You know what I mean? Like, so I felt like I couldn't bring my full self into. So I felt like I had to position myself a certain way. I started changing the way I dress, and it just didn't feel like me. So after 4 or 5 years being in, I'm not playing a game no more. I see some graduate students building relationships with professors just so they could write with them, so they could get published. I'm not doing that. I want to build genuine, authentic relationships. Like, and if it comes to writing an article or something, then that's gonna happen organically. I'm into the relationship. Like I had a meeting with my professor. Shout out to Dr. Rosalind Hampton, who's my supervisor. I love that woman, because I wouldn't be in this program if it wasn't for her. She saw something in me when I was doing my master's in education, and she is the one that encouraged me to go forward with my PhD. So shout out to Dr. Rosalind Hampton. And so we was having a conversation yesterday, and I was just telling her I just don't fit in this academic space. Like, I don't, like Dr. Stovall, my mentor in Chicago, I don't speak academese, you know what I'm saying? Like, I just don't speak he called it academic goobly goop. Like, I don't speak that, you know what I'm saying? And I feel like in class, sometimes I was trying to like overcompensate and try to use vocabulary, like, this just don't feel right. So I'm not playing the game no more. Like, I'm like, as you can see earlier, I was sitting off to the side. I want to build genuine relationships. Like, even when you try to approach somebody that has a PhD, they'll look at you like, who are you? Like, why are you talking to me? So it's just like, I'd just rather sit off to the side, and if the relationships happen organically, it's gonna happen organically. But I'm not playing the game no more. Like, the game is out here in these streets. The game is in Rexdale. The game is in Jane and Finch. The game is in Melbourne, Jungle, you name it. Where I'm from, Inglewood, to me, that's the game. This right here, I can't do it. I can't do it.
Well, yeah, and you said a lot about it being genuine, right? Having to change in these spaces often is making yourself smaller, muting yourself, behaving in a way that doesn't feel authentic, more than fair. Anybody else?
If it is a game, I want to play it on my own terms. Mm-hmm. And the reason I say that, coming from, like I introduced myself, my name is Ajibola. And when I spell it with tonal marks. But when I came to Canada, I realized that it was becoming a problem. And so I decided to use the shorter version, which was Jeeves, which really means nothing, but at least it gets me, it gets the conversation started, and it gets me, it doesn't waste my time trying to explain to people why it was important for them to call my name right. Right. The other side is also that I had different options to want to go to different places with different opportunities. But for me, shout out to my PhD supervisor, who is also here, Dr. Thompson. It was very important for me to be able to have a space where I know that the critic is not born out of ill will. And a lot of that did happen and does still happen in the doctoral program that I am in. And so to be able to have supervision that believes in you and gives you the benefit of the doubt first before undermining your intelligence. And fortunately for me, I've had a lot of affirmation in the past that has inoculated me from the several. So that's how I've been able to play that game on my terms, if it is a game.
Yeah, and I'll actually quote your supervisor again. Dr. Thompson said something about, is this about me or is this about what I represent? And using that to sort of filter through whatever you're receiving. I'll open it up again to you guys.
Say the thing.
A deep
Say
ancestral
the thing,
sigh.
Say the thing, Dr. Sonia.
Playing the game is dangerous. And we must admit that playing the game is extremely dangerous. It is alienating, it is oppressive, it is exploitive, it is outright traumatic, it is abuse. That's what playing the game is. It is exhausting to be in a space where you are constantly proving yourself. I earned the right to be there. Why do I have to play the game to stay there? Right? I think about those things. Where you have no peace. Peace is something that when you come to Black study, you should receive, right? Where you're always on the defense. If you're not affirmed most of the time by a Black male, or God forbid, a white male, the Black female's voice is silenced. Why do I need someone else to speak for me or to affirm me, right? In this space, playing the game is where truth is a fleeting illusion to be pursued and never attained, like Bob Marley says, because you just don't know who to trust. And that is kind of sad. Not even kind of, it is sad. We are Black people. We are supposed to stand on an ethics of love. We're supposed to care and facilitate the success of each other. Black women are burdened with the gift or the curse of bringing our whole community along. So playing the game is dangerous. You share your ideas, it becomes co-opted, and you cannot do anything about it. Because when you speak up, no one comes to your aid, even when they know that it is your idea. You did this, but they took it, and you can't say anything. That is a part of playing the game. There is no repercussion that comes from standing up for yourself. So my brother said he's playing the game on his terms, right? So you better play the game. Personally, playing the game leaves me angry. The honest truth is, I don't want to be in this space where I'm always stressed, where there is limited support and exploitation is now the norm. I must consistently navigate microaggression, misogyny, sexism, racism, outright abuse to get something that I'm paying for, that I'm working for, I'm spending my time for. It is wrong that I must play this game to be accepted or admitted to Black studies, something that I am actually passionate about. I earned the right to be in this space. Playing the game takes its toll on my overall well-being. I came to Black studies healthy, and I was sick, admitted in the hospital, all these things. And we don't talk about it. We pretend, no, we're Black women, you know, we have the illusion we are strong. I stopped saying that. I am human. And human means that I have weakness too. So I don't want to play this ridiculous game. This is not success. What part of me am I losing for this version of success? I am often angry in these spaces. And the sad thing is, I can't even express my anger, because then I'm labeled the angry Black woman, and nobody wants to be associated with the angry Black woman. All I do is complain to save people that I consider my safe space in Black studies. And the honest truth is, it's not every Black professor or colleague, as they call themselves, or safe space. So then those people that you complain to is a few, and it's like 1,000 of us going to the same person to complain. That person is now burdened with all of our complaints, right? So I think of all those things. They suck the life out of you if you let it, this space and these people. This journey is hard, and we have very little support. And the truth is, those who should support us often fall prey to the victim because they become the system. And they also oppress us. I am a person who does everything from my heart, as you can see by now. I treat people the way that I want to be treated because that was grounded in me from my grandmother, who taught my mother, who taught me, who taught my daughters. And I know that they will bring that on. Treat people the way you want to be treated. However, I have found that I have to guard my heart in these spaces from those who I'm supposed to freely open it up to. Black studies for the most part in Canada, at least I can only speak from my experience. I can't speak for all of y'all. It should be grounded in an ethics of love. And you're not just supposed to say, I love you, but you're supposed to do it. Love is action. It is a verb. But I find that in our space, love is a noun. You say it, it's a thing with no feeling. Black Studies, for me, needs to go back to that. Remember why we're here in the first place. It's not to steal things from each other. It is to love and support each other, to build that system. So I don't like playing the game. And I'm hoping that by April, I'm out of this game.
Open it up to Sarah.
Sure. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you for sharing that and being so honest. It's making. I mean, this question was really tough for me. I think it's a catch-22, like by virtue of the fact that I'm part of these institutions and I'm going through the processes of getting a graduate degree. I do, in some ways, have to play the game. I have to submit exams that are legible primarily to scholars who are not in Black Studies, right? There are no standalone Black Studies or African Studies departments, so I have to tether my work in sociology, and it has to be legible to other sociologists. And I'm doing all of this so that I can get a job, but at the same time, I'm a Pan-Africanist, and I came to get this degree to serve the Black community in Canada. And as you're going through the process of getting the degree, I think you really do start to ask yourself, if this is the route, if this is the way that makes it possible for you, or not. But since we're already there, right? Like, we're already in it. But in terms, like, it's not a game, right? Like, it's a liberation struggle that we're involved in, that we then enter into these institutions to attempt to leverage what they have to support our people. And as you said, our things get co-opted quite often, particularly as grad students that don't have support. And so I just want to echo you, like, playing the game is dangerous. I came in thinking that I could ride the DEI wave and use that to, like, leverage that to serve the Black community in Ottawa. So we created this, it was a Black community engagement program, and it was based out of student affairs at the university, but it was intended to support high school students in their transition from from high school to university. And, you know, anybody here who's been through something like that knows how it ended, right? And so I'm not interested in that kind of work anymore. I'm realizing the importance of Black studies in the community, and of not, like, the university is not set up for us to leverage it to free ourselves, right? And so it's really a question then for yourself is, how far am I willing to go? What am I willing to accept in order to get what I think my people need? And what's the best way for me to do that? And I think I'm still figuring that out.
No, thank you. And I think the piece around having to do it a way that feels authentic or outside of you, like a few people have mentioned it, but thinking about just even speaking and writing in a way that's accessible and not full of academic jargon is something that comes up. I'll open it up to you.
I don't play the game. I don't play it. A little bit, and I'll explain a little bit why. A little bit. You have to be strategic. But I had a really interesting experience during my master's. It was a great degree. I learned a lot. But I saw how academia worked, and I realized that it wasn't very healthy for me. Not really healthy for a lot of people. And so I was like, you know what? Not for me. I work in health. I want to support the health and well-being of Black people. I'm going to go work for a Black organization. And that's what I did. And it was only moving through that role and doing that work where we work specifically for communities. We do work that's community-driven. We do work that has an end goal and an end purpose. Somewhere along the way, like 2020, I was like, you know what? A PhD might help me do this better. And that is the only reason I pursued the PhD. The PhD was to help me to continue to do the work that I'm doing now, but better. and that's exactly how I treat it. Please don't tell my supervisor that. I love academia. I love research. I love research that drives action. I love research that supports community. I love research that helps us to get our information out into the world. But beyond that, my rootedness is in community. The work I do is for community. Everything needs a purpose. And so my PhD, my dissertation has a purpose. I'm moving through the steps I need to move through to do so successfully, but I leave the things that don't serve me in that space behind. And that's a privileged position because I'm able to walk into these spaces with the knowledge and the background that the work that we do matters. And so I don't necessarily have to, do some of the games and the playing. Also, I just won't do it. And so that's really how I navigate the space. Is it important? Is it serving me? Is it helping me? Absolutely. But I had to necessarily separate myself from the things that didn't serve me in that space because it would eat me up otherwise.
And as well, leveraging the whole game to benefit community ultimately. Like adding those 3 letters after your name does make things a little easier. We have one more question, then we're going to turn to Menti, but maybe we'll go a little bit quicker through this last question because I think some of these prompts touch on it. What do you need to thrive in Black studies? For example, infrastructure pieces, what would they support you? Or, this has come up a few times, but how can intergenerational academics and or relations between junior and more established academics be strengthened?
Can you repeat that last part?
How can intergenerational relations amongst scholars, or more specifically looking at how junior scholars and more established scholars, how can those relationships be strengthened? You mentioned mentoring, like looking to that, how can we sort of make those things flourish to build further community?
I mean, for me, I don't know if y'all seen the movie Sinners. You know what I'm saying? That's a shout out. If you haven't seen that movie, you need to go see that movie. So as a person that's seen it 5 times already, 4 times on IMAX, 1 time regular. So, and to piggyback off the last question, you see the way some people move in academia and they like vampires. You like, ooh, I don't want to fall victim to the bite. You know what I'm saying? I'm not trying to be cornbread or stack. So I'm going to stay in the juke joint where it's safe. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to go, you know what I mean? So for me, I'm just looking for mentorship, somebody that we could be real with, we could go break bread with. And that's one thing I love about Professor Hampton. Like, she really embodies that type of relationship. She'll hit me up, be like, yo, let's go to Fresh and just sit down and just chop it up about life. You know what I mean? Like, I really appreciate that. So it's, yes, she's supervising my work, but it goes beyond the work. And yesterday in our one-on-one meeting, he's like, you a lifer. Like, yeah, you a lifer. Like, even when I finish, we still gonna be building, and that's what I'm looking for. Even just to shout out Dr. Rhonda George, like, you know what I mean? Like, big salute to Dr. Rhonda George. Like, I'm 53, and I know I look young, I'm 53. She's younger than me, but I submit to her because of the knowledge that she got. So she's been an excellent mentor for me. You know what I mean? Like Dr. Stovall, I can reach out to him in Chicago. It's just so many people and it's not, we don't just talk about the work, we talk about life. Like, and that's what I'm trying to build. I want to do life with people that I do research with. And like the sister said, I'm about community. Like, I'm trying to, change the mindset of young Black males in our community to keep them from shooting each other, to gain knowledge, wisdom, and understanding. And we got to do that through history. And I can't be this standoffish vampire, but I got to get down in the mud with them to show them different, another possibility, as opposed to selling drugs or as opposed to using a gun. Like, I got to show them a different possibility. And I got mentors who understand my purpose, and they're pouring into me. Read this, read that. Even Shawnette, she just put me on to 2 books. I think this would be really good for your work. You know what I mean? I'm like, man, I appreciate that. Sonia even has been a mentor. Everton, you know what I'm saying? It's just, my community is small, but I think I'm in the mid, like Sister Sonia said, is love. Like, love is not just no word. I really believe that the people that I mentioned love and care for me, not just my work. So I think that's what we need to start developing and pouring into more. You know what I mean? So that's just me.
No, it sounds like you have an incredible community.
Yeah, I
and I'm
appreciate
glad some of them are in this room. It's good to recognize them. Sarah, it looked like you're ready.
Yeah, I think for me, I would really like to see people take more concrete action. So, like for example, last year I planned a conference on connecting African studies, Black studies, and African diaspora studies. We had a team of 10 people that signed up to support the conference, but throughout, they probably ended up with about 4 that actually stayed and did the work, right? So there's a lot of people who will say, oh, we want to build Black studies, and we want this, and we want that, but when it's time to do the work, right, to plan the conferences, to set up the curriculums, to do all of that stuff, it's very hard to get people consistently there at the table, doing the nitty gritty, you know, like agreeing on the difficult things and finding ways to move forward. And I really think that's what we need, right? We need to create concrete plans together, and people already have. That's why we're here. We're able to sit together in this room, but we have to keep that going outside of, I think, the spaces that we're more used to, and start looking in places where Black people have been underlooked quite often in this country and may have different perspectives to bring. And the other thing I think is putting Black graduate students to work. So like we are here, we're out here, we want to support your projects, we want the RA-ships, we want to do everything to support, but sometimes we don't know how to reach out to the faculty, we don't know how to reach out to different people to get those opportunities. So I think that's one of the things that's really been a struggle for me. And finally, I think Black studies, at least my understanding of its inception, is very much connected to student activism and students on campus making demands about what they want to see from the university and not relenting until they see those demands, right? So it's easy for us to sit here and say we need faculty to do this, and that, but all of us as students, what are we doing to organize on campus? What are we doing to build structures for the students coming after us, or to support the Black faculty members that are on campus with their different projects? And I think those are some of the things that we can take concrete steps to build the discipline.
Yeah, incredible. I think we'll go with one more response for this question, move on to the mentee. Adibole, look like you're ready.
Yes, I've been a product of the possibilities of what Black studies can do. And I've really benefited from a lot of mentors and a lot of professional connections. And that's why I'm here. And that's why I'm also the president of the Black Graduate Student Association, because I really see the importance in building communities and building real structures that can help other people to thrive. Love all you want, you need structures and you need momentums to continue. Because when the love stops, if there are organizations that will continue that, at least there's something else to sustain the love before it comes again. Right. So I really do believe that it is important for us to continue to build the structures with love so that the love can continue.
Thank you. So we have quite a few mentee responses. Who are the gatekeepers? Do you think that they know who they are?
I will answer that.
Please.
The gatekeepers know who they are. And if we're really honest with ourselves, as gatekeepers, they know themselves, right? The gatekeepers for me are those who want you to reproduce their work, not your work. You come in with a fresh idea, you come in with new way of thinking, and they're like, no, this way has always worked. And you keep producing the same narratives. But there's different things that you want to focus on. As a Black woman, yes, I get it. My Black brothers are oppressed, but we are oppressed too. So therefore, I would like to focus on the experiences of Black women. I would like to understand how we're experiencing post-secondary spaces. What are the strategies that we use? And we can share those with other Black women for them to be successful. I don't want to continue to just focus on Black males. There's a lot of narrative out there. But the gatekeepers will have you do the same work. There has to be space for new ideas. And we know who the gatekeepers are. Let's be real, y'all. You know them.
Does anybody else want to take that up before we move on?
I play the game a little bit. We gotta be strategic.
Okay, this one sort of comes back to Sarah's point around like concrete things. What practices have been helpful for you to do the work you want to do despite the BS of the academy?
I can answer this one.
Yeah.
I think I'm really, like you said, grounded in community. So, like any African Caribbean or Black organization in Ottawa, they know me because I'm at the events. I'm present. The minute I arrived at Carleton and I sat down with the faculty advisor, I was like, where are the Black students? And I went and I met them and I was in community with them. And I think, like, I grew up in predominantly white schools, so I was often the only one. That's not everybody's experience, but as a result of that, I wanted to be in community with other Black people, and that has sustained me through all of what have been some very negative experiences based on the things that we're talking about. So the first concrete step I would say to you is get to know the Black people around you, and secondly, if you're a migrant, you have a responsibility to learn about the place that you're now in. So wherever you came from, it's important for you to know your own history, but it's very important for you to understand the localized history of the place where you now live and how you relate to that history. So that's a step that it's important for you to take when you arrive in the space.
Anyone else for practices that have been helpful dealing with many of the obstacles and like weaknesses that you feel are you're sort of exposed to in academia?
So when a lot of people in Toronto complain about them lacking community and begin to I start to wonder, what about those of us in the prairies, those of us in Alberta?
Yeah.
And because of that, I felt it was very imperative for me, especially, to begin to seek people out. Because we're often in silos, we do not know each other and we think that we're absent.
Yeah.
And so it is imperative for us to begin to seek each other out and build those communities, because we're just all scattered around. And that's not good for anyone. And that's what I do.
Yeah. And to echo on that, 99% of the time, if you email a Black person in academia, they're like, oh, it's great to talk to you. And if you feel that nerves about doing it, think about if you received that email. You wouldn't be like, how dare they? You would be like, oh, wow, they think of me as someone to connect with and reach out to. I think we are going to open it up to questions from the audience at this point. Does anybody have a question for our lovely grad students?
Thank you so much for sharing. My name is Fatima. I just finished my PhD in engineering at the University of Waterloo. I guess I'm still very much, I feel like a student all the time, but that's why I really appreciate your perspective. And this is probably my first time in a Black Studies space, so forgive any ignorance in my questions. But everything you talked about at the challenges just sounds like the challenges of academia, right? So why did we think Black Studies would be different, right? Why, because when I serve on the Engineering Faculty Council, and bad supervisors are like a problem of mine, and it's because being a supervisor is public service, right? It's a public institution. We are supposed to be serving the public. But because we think someone has a degree means that they have the ethics of love that you spoke about. So it seems like we assume that because someone is doing Black Studies, they are good people. And that's not life, right? I guess it's just seeing people as humans. Humans are good and bad. So the fact that they are professors, and that's why structures and frameworks are important, because bad people would do bad things. It's not the fact that, and I guess from my perspective, that's the problem with labels and races. It's not the label itself, it's what it means, right? And sometimes that meaning is not accurate. So it seems like we are assuming that Black Studies means good people. And it's not. Life is just good and bad, right? And also I had a question again, just from this being my first time. I'm new to the Black identity. I'm originally from Nigeria, so it's staying in one foreign place for a long time is when I started to learn that I was Black. So I knew I was female because I was in engineering. If I was in engineering, I probably, oh, also, yeah, I'm from a patriarchal society, so I would know I'm female. But black is not an identity. So I guess I was wondering for the foreign members of this panel, like, what gave you the acceptance into black studies spaces? And I guess it depends on how you define black studies, right? Like, but it seems like it's focusing on improving the anti-blackness, racism. So what gave you, like, my history has colonialism in it, but not the slave trade and not racism. Colorism maybe. So what gave you the confidence to, or acceptance into doing this kind of black studies work?
Okay, that's a long question, but I do want to, which, like, great. I will say, I think to address in part the first prompt around these issues in Black studies, Dr. Collins said it during the first panel. We would like the Black graduate experience that comes after to be different and improved based on the experience that we had. So I don't know if it's necessarily like an assumption of Black studies as good people, but rather a shared experience that you hope can be navigated a little bit easier with mentorship and or someone helping you with the hidden curriculum of academia. It was a tough question for you guys, so I'm sorry, I just needed to prompt that, but Abdul, go ahead.
I'll be honest with you, I wish Black studies didn't exist. But it does, for a reason, and I'll tell you why. I always say that I'm a disappointment to my old professors, because right now they expected me to be a professor in political science. But as I started my graduate journey in political science, I realized that the methods and the system itself had anti-blackness embedded in it. Mm-hmm. And I had no choice but to pivot to be able to think, why? Mm-hmm. Why is it that political science or international relations, by discipline, so the international is only European countries speaking to each other, and some people are nations and some other people are tribes. Mm-hmm. And you can have, and the reason I say that I'm thankful for the inoculation I got, it is a privilege. Mm-hmm. And that's why sometimes when you are in fields like STEM, people assume that, oh, that's what the academia is. Mm-hmm. Because you have been inoculated in such a way that you don't even see the systemic barriers that has disallowed other people from getting there. Mm-hmm. And that makes me, I guess this is why I'm also very, very political. Because Black studies is not just about the fact that we are trying to read romantic novels or we are trying to make each other feel good. Mm-hmm. It is really a laboratory project for every discipline. Yes. So that even when you are doing engineering, and you are doing design, all of that embedded in it is also anti-blackness. Whether it's in design, whether it's in artificial intelligence, whether different kinds of instrumentation, even in engineering, might have anti-blackness embedded in it. And if you do not realize that, you are basically continuing that coloniality of knowledge production.
And by might, you mean are embedded in that, right? Sorry,
Sarah, can I quickly add to that? Yeah, I also think, like, going back to creating conversation between African studies and Black studies, it's really important for us not to think of slavery and colonialism as two distinct historical events. We really have to think about how they were operating together at the same time, right? And created the new world. So I understand, because I do, like, a lot of my research is about racial identity formation for Black people in Canada. I'm interested in Black conscious, how Black people themselves think about being Black. Mm-hmm. And I found a lot of people telling me, oh, I didn't know I was Black. I became Black once I arrived in Canada. And I was actually speaking to someone, I can't see her, oh yeah, there she is, yeah. And she made a really good point about how it's just the way race is framed that is different, right? It's not that Blackness doesn't exist in Africa, it's the meaning that it's given once you come here, right? And so I just wanted to make those those important distinctions.
I mean, people talk about race as a social construct. This is an exact example of that being perceived differently based on socio-historical spaces. Do we have another question?
Can I say real quick?
Oh yeah, please.
Y'all should check out Dr. Clyde Ledbetter. He does a lot of pre-colonial work, the pre-colonial history, how we was living and existing before colonialism. So, and shout out to the Black youth that's in TDSB. that want to learn that pre-colonial history. They tired of hearing about slavery. They tired of hearing about Rosa Parks. You know what I mean? Or the sister that's on the $10.
Viola?
Yeah, Viola Davis, who's the first, who was the first Rosa Parks. Let's just be real. She
You mean
was
Rosa
before
Parks
Rosa
was
Parks,
the first
but
Viola
she gets
Desmond.
over. Yeah, exactly.
Sorry. Sorry, as an African Nova Scotian, I can't help it.
Okay, my bad. Thank you for the correction. Y'all should check out Dr. Clyde Ledbetter.
Yes, he
Right.
has an African history class every
Yeah.
Saturday at 11. It is available. It's free. If you guys want
Yep.
that information, I'm happy to share.
Please
Yeah,
share.
and he does online classes too for free for all ages. So
incredible.
Dr. Clyde Ledbetter, for sure.
There's a question at the back here.
Yeah, hello, my name is Rami. I'm going to my third year in honors political science. My question is pretty long, so bear with me. The institutions that we discuss here seem to not value black studies as much as we do, because they would much rather study black people as a subject rather than study our histories and our culture, our ideologies, and what we are. The institutionalized perception of our people creates a barrier of entry for us into the work field, for example, because you're subjected to a gaze of study rather than something more and something deeper. How do we as a community attempt to break these barriers and potentially create the spaces that we need but black owned? And for those who can answer, how can black art play a role?
That was a good question.
So part of my work is hip hop, right? So, but I'm tired of the performance perspective of hip hop. It's 5 elements to hip hop. So, but the one that often gets overlooked is knowledge of self. So they'll keep us spinning on our head. They'll keep us rapping. They'll keep us DJing, but they won't give us the knowledge that we need to liberate ourselves. So like the professor that's from Dalhousie, he talk about Walter Rodney. So that's what I'm trying to do when I do hip hop history, is build up guerrilla intellects, right? I focus on knowledge of self. I don't focus on the performance side, right? Because hip hop, even the definition of hip hop, hip means to know, to become aware, to become conscious. And once you become aware and conscious, you want to spring up, hop into movement, right? And a lot of people don't. They just think it's hippity hop, hoppity hip hip. No, that's a liberation project that gets overlooked. So, and like Professor Hampton always tell me, the critical always inform the creative, and the creative informs the critical. So you can't have the creative without the critical. You know what I'm saying? You can't have the critical without the creative. So we need those arts. Like I met a brother in Jane and Finch, young brother. I think his people's from Nigeria, amazing artist. So I teach at Humber. So I teach a gen ed class, and we talk about art. So I had him come into the class, and I interviewed him, and he was able to display his art and talk about his journey about being an artist. And it really opened the minds of a lot of the students, right? That's his age, like, man, I could do that. I don't have to wait. So we got to have those spaces where we're bringing the creative practice into these spaces, but not just for performance or the white gaze, but as a form of building consciousness. You feel me? So, yeah, for sure.
Incredible. Does anybody else want to follow up with that, or do we have?
Yeah, I can answer to the first part of your question. That's building bridges across different disciplines. That's how you stay rooted and you make your roots deeper, so that it's not as easy to discard, for the university to discard. And so I work in the health field, but that doesn't mean that my work stays in health. Sometimes I'm working with sociologists, sometimes I'm working with historians, sometimes I'm working with traditional medical fields. And those partnerships help, unfortunately, to legitimize your work, but it also helps you to understand your work in a new way from a different perspective. There are many, many different ways to do the same thing, and so building those partnerships and those perspectives. I see someone said something about lateral mentorship, especially laterally. I think I myself am not that great at that. That's the way that you stay rooted and grounded. And there are arts-based methods. There are recognized arts-based methods that you can use, but you can also innovate. We're allowed to bring art and criticality, as you said, into our work, and we should, because it's part of who we are.
Yeah. I think that highlights the interdisciplinary nature of Black studies, like looking at the disciplines in this room alone, and speaking to art, a shout out to our illustrator in the back, incorporating that in some of this critical thought. Do we have any other questions? Right here.
Hi, my name is Eileen. I'm not a part of academia anymore, thank goodness. I was considering going back, and I appreciate everybody's honesty, I really do. You made it sound pretty depressing, so I'm reconsidering a little. What are some of the joys of the spaces or work that you've been doing? Just to give me and other folks a little bit of hope would be great.
This right here, for me, this right here is one. Other folks go, Sonia.
There is joy in academia, especially in Black spaces, okay? Although we have our issues, like any other spaces, there is joy. For example, I did a research, and for me, research need to be practiced. And that is something that I find that we also lack. Well, I'm supposed to talk about a positive, so forget about that. So I did a research over, I think, 2023, and I found that one of the things that causes Black students to transfer between spaces is that in high school, they were devoid then of the information needed to make effective and efficient choices. So once they get into post-secondary spaces, say college or university, they feel that they don't belong, and then the imposter syndrome comes in. And what I did with that research is then I took what I found and created a program for high school students to facilitate them being in the space before they get there. So when they get there, they know what to expect. And what that does is it saves them oh, I thought this program was like this, but no, it's not. And that is created in Black studies, within Black spaces, and across disciplines. Many of the professors, deans, when I reached out to them and I said, you know what, I have 40 Black students from the Jane and Finch area, and I want them to effectively be able to make choices to go into post-secondary spaces. Are you willing to open up your programs for them to come into a lecture, into a lab? If they're going into engineering, go into the lab and see what it is like. Spend a day there and then come back and follow up. They did tutorial. Where is Dr. Henry Dixon? She actually facilitated one of the lectures for us, and it was amazing. And those students, the first that kind of graduated from the program, are now in UFT, they're in TMU, they're at York, they're at Humber, because they were able to make effective and efficient choices. And that is because we, as Black people, are able to do research to understand what are the barriers that are preventing our Black youths from thriving, from meeting their full capacity. So I would say to you that saying, oh, it's kind of depressive. When we build a community, and you spoke of structure, right? When we build that structured community under an ethics of love and care, and we really see each other the way that we are, beautiful beings full of potential and capacity, then we become the foundation for the younger generation to stand on. But if we let the negativity, and there's negativity everywhere, prevents us from entering the space, then we become a barrier to their success. So don't let the negativity prevent you from entering the space. Yes, I have had bad experiences in Black studies, but I have a group that I call All About Love. And truly, that is what they are. Sometimes they're just listening to me vent. I don't need them to solve the problem. Sometimes it's a resource that I need and they're going through and they found it and they send it. There is collaboration in Blackness. There is an ethics of care in Blackness. I have safety in Blackness. I have that home space. I have a place where I can resist whiteness and be supported by Blackness. I remember an experience in my DocSem program that was, I remember that experience, right? And I remember that although we were not all Black people, because the two Black females stood up, everyone else became a community, right? So we have that power to make space for everyone, right? That has been what Black studies is in the first place. It's students looking around and saying, I want it to be better for the next generation, right? And when I do teach Black studies, that's where I start with. I start with the student's voice. So don't let it be dense or sad. It is not just a sad space.
Yeah.
It is a beautiful space. And remember, you have to go through the storms for your roots to go deeper. Don't forget that. There is no journey that is easy. But once you go through the storms, you're able to weather the wind. No matter where it's blowing you, you're sending your roots deeper. And by doing that, we succeed together. So it's not all bad.
Yeah, I think incredible. And Sonia and others have talked about the utility of being able to take this research and help community and give back, not only for future generations in that maybe they haven't had a Black professor, but also active community things. Having those 3 or 2 letters after your name helps with grants, helps with giving money to community and these types of things. We have 2 more questions, and then we're gonna have to call it. So does anybody else wanna go or ask a question?
I just wanted to say, based off of what Sonia said, like, I love the idea. Like, somebody asked in the first panel, how do we get the youth engaged? I know I'm butchering the question, but I think youth need to be in this space because they need to see these Black doctors that's in the room. And I'll tell you a story. Like Dr. Stovall, me running around Chicago chasing hip hop, we found out that there was an open mic at a university, and Dr. David Stovall was the host. It was called Mojo's Pen. And my idea of a Black of a professor was a white dude with a turtleneck, the patches on the elbows, and a tweed jacket. Until I came to that open mic and I saw him facilitating that open mic in that space. And I'm like, yo, how does he know all of this information? And my friend was like, yo, he a professor here. I was like, bro, you lying. He got a white tee on, tattoos, and locks, and he code switching from the streets to academic language. He's not no professor, bro. So one day I got there early. It was every Thursday night at 7 to 10. I got there early, helping him set up. I was like, yo, you a professor here? He's like, yeah, I'm on the tenure track. And I was blown away. I'm like, where you from? I'm from Inglewood. You from where I'm from? Are you serious, bro? I had no idea. And then I tucked that thought in the back of my mind like, man, maybe I could be a professor one day. And now look, I'm on this. So for me, that's the joy of me going into a Jane and Finch. And they like, yo, this dude is a doctor? Yeah, and you can be one too.
Yeah,
you know what I mean? So that's the
thank
joy
you.
for me.
I think we are running tight on time for our next panel, but I want to thank all of you for sharing such personal as well as professional experiences. But let's be honest, the personal is the professional in many different ways, as well as our audience for receiving this. So we can give them a round of applause, please. Thank you.
I think I need to get my mic now. I have a spear in my pocket. Yeah, so I'm from Nigeria actually, right? And we used to have issue with electricity, so you need to have your backup. So this is my backup. Okay, thank you very much, panel 3 and Dr. Bonnie. It has been a quite lively conversation so far. So before we go to panel 4, we're going to just have 5 minutes break, whereby you can probably take pictures, use the restroom and the likes. We'll do that now. And then we'll be back by 2:55 to continue.
Can we clap one more
Please,
time for the
one
panelists
round
as
of
well? Thank you, guys.
Okay, so while we do that, for those that will still be sitting down, I will be telling you a story about my cap. So for the rest, please go get yourself some things. Okay, popular demand said I should turn my mic off. So I'll leave it in when you come back and I'll tell you a story about my cap. Okay. Yeah, please go 5 minutes. Yeah.
So we're fine. Okay, thanks. Thank you. Great job, buddy. Oh, that was nerve-wracking. Yeah.
Uh, Thank you very much. We will continue now. If folks can start coming back in. So if folks can start coming back in, we'll just continue now. Thank you. Okay, so while we were waiting for people to come back in, I'm still going to talk about my CAP. So if you want to hear the story about my CAP within the space of African studies, I want to just explain. So like I said before, now I'm a Nigerian, and I'm from the Yoruba-speaking parts of Nigeria. So I'm Yoruba from the southwest Nigeria, and there is communication in how we wear our caps in Nigeria. So when you see somebody wearing a cap like this to the left, if it's pointed to the left, the communication is that the person is married. So if it's pointed to the right, like this, the communication is that the person is single and searching. Right? To the right. To the left is what? Married. To the right is single. And then if it's pointed to the front like this, it shows that the person is looking forward to the future. It's a young person, like the last panelist we just had, looking forward to the future and hopeful that the future will be bright for them, right? And then when you see somebody wearing their cap to the back, like this, it shows that the person has seen it all. The person is obviously old, right? They've seen everything, right? The person has seen it all. You see the person like this. And then the point of pride is when you see like this, to the top. The communication is that the person is just proud about life and the achievement they've had in life. So yeah, that's my story about the Nigerian cap. Thank you very much. We'll continue now. I hope that the people there can join us while we go to panel 4. Okay. So we have the fourth and final panel before our keynote speaker closes the program. We would like to obviously welcome our moderator, Dr. Rhonda C. George. Please a round of applause for Dr. Rhonda. She's the co-chair of this event and mentor to many. I'm hopeful I'll also be mentor soon. Okay. Other panelists are Dr. Kamisha Shibis, Dr. Giselle Thompson, Kojo Damti, and Susanna Brown. Please, let's welcome the panelists on stage. This session, a round of applause. Thank you. So this session towards a Black study curriculum in Canada focus on the role of community perspectives in shaping Black Canadian studies from artists, activists, organizations, and leaders. It examined the development of Black study curriculum in Canada, particularly at the undergraduate level. It will also explore the structural and intellectual foundations needed to create curriculum that not only reflect the diversity of Black experience, but also challenge institutional limitation and focus and fosters.
Thank you. Can you all hear me? Yes, yes. Thank you for joining me and our panelists. My name is Rhonda C. George. I will be moderating this panel. I really want us to get into the nitty-gritty and dig deep. So first, I'll introduce myself, Rhonda C. George, University of Guelph, Black Studies and Critical Race Studies in Sociology, looking at broadly Caribbean diasporic communities. Shaughnessy, could you please introduce yourself briefly?
Sure, good. Is this on? Good afternoon, everyone.
No?
Good afternoon, everyone. Can you hear? Good. My name is Shaughnessy Brown, and I'm an assistant professor at Wilfrid Laurier University, also a co-founder of the BRSO, which is the Black Researchers of Southwestern Ontario, which is a new and growing network from folks affiliated within institutions outside of the GTA, so us out in the boonies like Windsor, Western, Brock, Guelph, Waterloo, Laurier, bit about my work. I work with Black women artists of Caribbean descent to talk about how we make Canada home creatively, also negotiate relationships to the Caribbean, and so on. So that's me.
Next, we have Kojo Damte.
Yes. Hello?
Press the button. Press the button.
Yeah. Okay. My name is Kojo Damte. I'm one of the instructors of the African Black and Diaspora Studies program at McMaster, and I do lots of stuff in Hamilton.
He's very modest. Kamisha Siblis.
Hi, everyone. Just want to also thank the organizers for inviting me. My name is Kamisha Siblis. I am an assistant professor at the University of Windsor and the director of the Black Scholars Institute there.
And last but not least, Giselle Thompson.
Hello, everyone. Thank you to the organizers of this event. I am Giselle Thompson, and I am an assistant professor in the Faculty of Education in the Social Justice and International Studies and Education specialization at the University of Alberta.
All right, so let's dig right into it. First question, what have been the best parts of teaching in or around Black studies, and what has been the most challenging? I'll go last.
So does that mean I go first? All right.
Whoever wants to go first.
I could start with the best thing. So just a little bit of a background. I was hired ABD, so it was like a space of me transitioning from grad student to prof overnight. So now it's been a whirlwind, just navigating this new tenure track life. But because of me being a George Floyd hire, as was said several times today, I think given the context of which I was invited to the institution, it also gave me permission to, or I shouldn't say permission, but allowed me to stand with more affirmation in my Blackness, or just a lot more confidence in the kind of research that I do and what I want to teach the Black students that I encounter. So I think that it's an interesting space, like right now, in terms of what it means to work in an institution as a Black studies scholar. So with that said, I really appreciate having the privilege to kind of build and teach the kind of undergraduate courses or grad courses that I would have loved to take while I was a student. And little things like, say, students leaving cute notes under my door where they talk about just their experiences in classes like mine and what it means for them, for me to be like the only Black teacher that they've had throughout their entire schooling. So there's moments like that. So in terms of the challenges as well, I think because at my school, at Laurier, they don't really have a Black studies program that's being institutionalized yet. So in working in the communication studies department, I find that I'm having to kind of over-explain how my work fits into the department, or having to explain why Black studies matters in ways that if we had it more formalized, I don't think we'd be having all these extra side conversations. What else? Also, I found the demographics at Laurier, having done my PhD, which I think is the unofficial HBCU of Canada. Like the demographics out there are different.
York University.
Yeah, like just that transition from teaching Black studies courses in a room with predominantly Black students to a space where I can count the Black students on one hand, like that was a really big challenge for me to navigate. And there's also things like the violence of coming into your class one day and seeing the N-word written on the wall. Like these are the kinds of things that happen more frequently than we talk about, right? And I think what then that means for me as someone trying to navigate a tenure track while being sane and like carrying your also newly hired friends and colleagues along the way, like that's tough too, you know?
Thank you for that. Anybody else?
Yeah, I think the comment about students having not seen black teachers or black professors is like a real thing. This past semester, I had some fourth year students, and they're like, "Yeah, I've been through McMaster 4 years. You're the first black professor or instructor that I've had." So I think the good thing is that they get to be in that space. The previous panel talked about creating a home. So some of the students feel like that is a home for them. They feel comfortable. When they write their assignments and papers, they are writing about things that they are concerned about. And some of it is when you read it, is troubling, but at the same time, this is the first time they are having to like work through what they've been going through, whether they live out east or in some remote city or town, and now having to come to university in Hamilton, McMaster. So they are actually thinking through what it means to them, how it relates to their discipline, and what they want to do moving forward, right? Because they are also experiencing like anti-black racism in their department, at school, in the community. So the class gives them space to think about it. So I think that's why the entire day today has been creating a space for studying black life, so students are able to do that. The not so great thing is, just having to prove that something like black studies needs to be taught in a post-secondary institution. When I started teaching, it was about numbers. How many students will even want to study? And now I've had to change the course a couple of times because now there are too many students. There are too many students. And also, it's not just black students that are taking the courses. There are students from all backgrounds. And they are also having to think about how their struggles are even connected to anti-black racism, right? So they have the space to do that, and the courses at MAC give them the space to do that. I know Dr. Stacy Creech also teaches the other course, and the students do the same. So those would be my comments.
Thank you, thank you. Kamisha, maybe we'll just go in order.
Hello? Good, okay. So, forgive me, first of all, I had a really long, rough night and could not find accommodation. So I was driving around at 3 a.m. trying to find a hotel that would take me because I had an issue with checking in at one place. So what I say sounds like gibberish, please understand the context. But on my way in, I saw a billboard for Smirnoff that said, we're called ice, but we're liquid. What a beautiful way to sort of just conceptualize what we're doing here in Black Studies. This notion of being sort of fluid, even though we are thought of as one thing. And so my thoughts are, some of the challenges for me is sort of the thingification of Black Studies, right? The fact that the white thingification of it, really, right, is that we've turned ourselves we turn the gaze on ourselves in ways that are both important, but I think we have to be, we need to be mindful of it. It's the requirement that I put us in a way that is legible to systems and groups that kind of happily consume it without ever moving out of that category of being pseudo-human to them, right? People that don't really have the frameworks to receive it and to sort of move it out of that, right? And the tension of feeling like I need to be human for survival, but also rejecting that notion of human. And so it's this line that we walk, and it's sort of it's almost a double consciousness type thing that we do when we engage in this work. And for me, like, I'm coming to this as a practitioner. I am a social worker by trade, and moved into this space because as I was teaching as part of my PhD practice for private practice, I had students come up to me and say, "You're my first Black instructor, right? I've never heard things put in this way. I've never heard, thank you for speaking about this experience so candidly." Particularly in a field like I was teaching in social work and sociology, where people's identities are so wrapped up as social workers in that sort of the white saviorism, that they don't speak about these things in those ways because it ruptures who they believe themselves to be. So as a practitioner, the way that I conceptualize Black studies is more of a praxis than a subject matter, right? So for me, it's the way that I think, I live, I love, I know, I express, and I show up in knowledge creation. It's about our embodiment and our spirits. And so the challenge is in teaching, and in teaching things in a place filled with people who don't see all of that, and trying to make that palatable, containable, digestible, and really, sort of coming up against all of those pieces and almost reifying them at the same time as we do it. So it's a process. I think also that some of the best pieces around it is the fact that we get to sit and have these discussions and figure it out ourselves amongst ourselves, right? And develop this and what it is, what it needs to be in these generative spaces. So,
thank you, Giselle.
Yeah, I agree with my colleagues. Making Black studies legible is very, very challenging, particularly in the institutional context that I find myself in, and also in the provincial context as well. So I am from Ontario, the Greater Toronto area, but teach at the University of Alberta. And if you know anything about Alberta, it's just a colder version of Texas or Florida. Like, seriously. Politically, it's quite similar, and that sentiment is very real. It's felt in the institution. So I encounter 99.9% white students in my classroom, the vast majority of whom are white women pre-service teachers. So making that legible in a practitioner-focused program is a challenge. And then being their first Black instructor ever in life. So they went K through 12 without having a Black person teach them, right? And then sometimes we'll have the second degree program students who have or after degree program students rather, who have, had other careers and come back to the institution after 10, 15 years of being an engineer or what have you. And I'm still the first instructor that they've ever had who's Black. So that in and of itself is a lot for them to digest. And then also, I teach bell hooks, Bettina Love, Gloria Ladson Billings to first year students, and that sometimes is met with resistance. But I will say that's the odd student, surprisingly enough. I do, when I teach that material, particularly works on abolitionist teaching and engaged pedagogy, that kind of work really does catch on. But I want to say those are some of the challenges I experience with students, but from an institutional perspective, institutional will and resources, that's a huge problem as well, because we want to do a Black Studies. We don't have a formal Black Studies program or certificate yet, and just getting the institution they've committed on paper, but actually honoring those commitments, that is a very real challenge, so something I should mention.
Thank you for that. I will briefly share my thoughts. I think I'll start with the challenges because it kind of dovetails with yours, is the demographics of who I'm teaching. It's very, especially coming from York, very surprising because I mostly teach white students. One positive thing about that is, though, the students are very open. They're very surprised and excited to learn all of these things. I'm blessed enough in my institution to have, they have developed a Black Studies program. So we have intro, we have theory, we have methods, we have, I teach the intro and the theory. We have experiential learning. It's a clean, direct kind of traditional program, if you will, if you want to think about African American studies in the US. And so the best thing, if I can flip it now, is freedom. I just finished my first year. So much freedom to teach in Black Studies, how I want, what I want, and it has just, it's like my mind is exploding at what the possibilities are when we have that freedom to just do our own thing. Also, too, another positive thing is how, all the students, but Black students in particular, react to some of the knowledge that I'm sharing with them. So in my intro class, we don't start with slavery, we start pre-contact, right? We talk about African civilizations. We talk about what Black Studies is and how it's been defined and the different schools of thought, whether it's a nationalist framework, Afrocentric framework, African diasporic, and we talk about where does Canada fit in this broader framework. So when I often teach, I don't teach it as this nationalistic thing. It's Black Canada in conversation with these broader histories and the broader diaspora. And so the freedom to do that is so enriching, so enriching. So I would say that's been the best part for me so far, is to give them that. I teach them about call and response, and you see all these white kids dancing off beat, trying to catch the beat and understand call and response and to clap on the right beat. But it's dope. Because the next week, like one of the songs I use is Can I Kick It, right? It's obvious. By Tribe Called Quest. But the next week, they're like, oh, Tribe Called Quest is like a thing, which hurts my feelings because, you were born after 2000s and you're making me feel old, and I'm not old, honey. So, those moments that I have, or like we do a Black Joy project in my class, and it's like the way that I see these Black students show up and they talk about Black love and they're looking at Love Jones as examples. It's like, we can do this if only we create the space and take the space for ourselves to have the freedom to do what we want, how we want. So I'm grateful to, what has been cultivated at Guelph before I got there, because I can do what I want, and I really appreciate that. So on the note of introduction to Black Studies, let's imagine together for a moment, how would you build out a foundational course like Intro to Black Studies within a Canadian university? What comes to mind in terms of frameworks, key texts, case studies, and pedagogical approaches? I'll go last.
Okay, I'll go first again. In terms of frameworks, one of the first things that comes to mind, and what I really practice in all the courses I teach, is self-reflexivity. Like, I'm really interested in how students show up to class every day, who they are, who their people are, and how that informs their worldview. Like, I think that gets at the heart of the matter. So for example, on my Intro to Visual Cultures course that I teach from a Black Studies perspective, one of their first assignments is to write about their looking practice. So that means how they see, or maybe how they don't see, and how that's informed by their intersections, right? Like whether it's ability, class, race, right? And I think, and that's the class that I have the most white students in, right? Which also makes it the most challenging in some ways. But I think that what makes me show up to work every day and want to teach is just those who are committed to doing that hard work, right? And recognizing for the most part, the first time throughout their university degrees where they're forced to confront the text that we engage with based on who they are, right? And I think what it means to show up in a class, a Black Studies class, as a not Black person is really can be destabilizing for, which is why I get called to like the Human Rights Office for being called anti-Semitic, blah, blah, blah. But at the same time, right, I think it shows kind of like what it's like to just be a Black person in the academy on an everyday, right? That's just what we know and go through, right? So I think just seeing students' learning journeys, like from the beginning of class to the end, is really important in terms of what it does for them or how they see the world going forward, right? So I know there was a comment by my sister with locks and the pink blazer about how Black studies, or how there's this assumption that like we equate it to having good people doing that work. But the way that I understand this discipline, lived experience, praxis, is one that does have the potential to like just reimagine the world differently, where we can create good people at the end of the day. And that's kind of how I approach my work. So it always starts with who you are. How that looks like is also sharing space, like inviting guest speakers. I remember pulling up to Kojo's class one time, like, and seeing the brilliance in all of the Black people in your community, inviting them to the spaces so students know that it's not just you. There's so many other people out there that are doing cool work, and that could be them too. So yeah, the last thing about frameworks is just making sure that it's always community rooted, site-based. So yeah, going on field trips to like, there was a walking tour of downtown Kitchener that I took my Black Canadian Studies students on. So fun things like that. Some texts that come to mind: Frantz Fanon, Black Skin, White Masks, for sure. Just going back to like the first time when I read it and how it made me start thinking about Blackness differently. So that's always something that I am coming back to. In terms of Black Canada, making sure that students know that there are Black people everywhere, even in Ottawa. So having texts from folks primarily outside of like Ontario too. Like, so in my Black Canadian Studies class, there's texts like Karina Vernon's Black Prairie Archives. I'm talking about just debates from our previous generation. So like those real tensions, as was said, between like the more recent immigrants to Canada versus the historical Black Canadian communities, and what will it take for us to imagine a more unified Black community, or whether or not that's possible. All those things must be in that intro, I think. So that's enough.
Very rich course. Kojo.
I think one of the main things is to talk about African societies and cultures from the beginning. So I think that should always be a key focus. I'm privileged enough to be born and raised in Ghana, so in class we talk about Akan. I use Kwame Jetra's book about Akan epistemologies. We talk about what's communal. We talk about the importance of community. So that's how we center the class and some of the discussions. So I think that should be like the key text, if you want to use that that word, so that students can imagine outside of what they've known, because they don't know Africa. They don't know African countries. And even for someone like myself that was born and raised there, there's still stuff that I don't know, right? So it's like, how do you bring that to a classroom in Hamilton? So I think those are the questions, or that's how we can start and it will really get them to question things that they thought about the continent, and also reaffirm some things that they still experience. So I know when in all the times that I've taught the class, when we talk about what does it mean to be communal, they never were familiar with the word, but at home, they understand that's why their family is close, why their aunties and uncles show up, why every time they have to be at a family event. So now they are making those connections. So for me, I think those are some of the things that we have to do. It will be interesting to see what other South African, Zimbabwean, Nigerian contexts that we can add. And I think that's some of the beauty of the things that we could be doing if we were to be having intro to Black Studies courses here.
Kamisha.
So in keeping with my conceptualization of it as more praxis, you know, in addition to focusing on sort of our epistemologies and on our ontologies, the ways that we live, our Black joy, there's Black life, Black thriving, Black survival, all of those pieces, I feel like I'd go back to the lens, right? So how is it that really sort of getting students attuned to the gaze and what that does to us? My brother Chevy over there talked about, just sort of alluded to the fact that identity is such a problematic concept. And part of the reason that I view it as problematic is because in Eurocentric notions about how identity is developed, there is a huge sort of self-created, self-proclaimed component that as Black people here in this context, we don't really get to partake in, right? And so we don't get to necessarily encounter ourselves outside of the matrix of whiteness, right? And all of the ways in which we have learned to identify ourselves and with others is through those frameworks, right? And even the notion of identity itself is very Eurocentric and defined by those pieces. And so for me, you know, when I came into the director role of this institute, it was first the Black Studies Institute, and decided to shift it to Black scholars because I wanted to focus again on lens rather than the subject matter itself. For me, it was around whatever it is that we are doing, whatever it is that we are thinking. It was about the way that we're thinking, it was the way that we're putting knowledge together. And so that would encompass science and health and technology and engineering through our Black lenses, right? And so, and in so doing it, that we are sort of creating, the canon. So that's where I would go with that, right? It would absolutely include science, philosophy, literature, social work, law, in an introductory course, to sort of diffuse the boundaries rather than sort of concretize them, because again, you know, what we're doing, what we're living is Black studies. So in terms of texts, there are so many, but I think pieces that really talk about that intervention, that interruption, right? So Christina Sharp's In the Wake would be one of them. Michelle Wright's Physics of Blackness, right? Where, you know, she speaks about an epiphenomenal understanding of space-time where Blackness is constructed and understood. And so, you know, she says basically it's not just about what is Blackness, but where is Blackness, when is Blackness, right? And how nuanced all of that is. Michael J. Dumas, Against the Dark, Anti-Blackness in Educational Policy and Discourse Theory, Frantz Fanon and Du Bois looking at like sort of, again, the gaze and how we are mediated by that. Because I think that's at the crux of it, is understanding ourselves as mediated, and how do we sort of circumvent that? How do we start to debunk and build in those ways? So, yeah.
Thank you for that, Giselle.
Thank you. I'll be brief. I appreciate what you said, Shaughnessy, about the walking tours that you take your students on. I think a place-based approach to teaching Black studies is very important. So I have Dr. Jennifer Kelly, who has an extensive historical archive, virtual and in person, of the Black prairies. So I try my best to kind of situate my teaching of Black studies in the prairie context, even though I'm not from that context. I think it's incumbent upon us as Black scholars, wherever we find ourselves, to kind of learn about the historical Black presence in those spaces, but then also, how these spaces have been transformed by various migratory patterns and histories as well. So that's very, very important to my teaching of Black studies, but also trying to encourage my students. So I teach Black studies at the graduate level, and we're working on the undergraduate level. So I wanted to kind of preface what I'm about to say. So I try to focus on the trends and interdisciplinarity of Black studies, as well as its kind of undisciplinary components as well. I heard this said by Deb Thomas at McGill, and I thought it was really important that we don't think of it as something that belongs to one discipline. And even though I teach in a faculty of education, I try my best to approach the teaching of Black studies from that place, encouraging students to think about it outside of disciplinary boundaries. For that reason, I look quite a bit to what you mentioned, Christina Sharp's In the Wake, also Du Bois' The Souls of Black Folk. I also use Winter's A Black Studies Manifesto, as well as her No Humans Involved, her open letter to her colleagues. That's one of the first things I have my students read, even though her work is a little bit difficult to understand and takes a moment to sit with and to process. I think it's important that my students read that particular piece of work because it helps us to understand the embeddedness of whiteness and white supremacy in disciplinary knowledge and organization. And the objective is that you create spaces of learning but also unlearning in an introduction to Black Studies class. We also grapple with themes that pertain to teaching in a faculty of ed. I focus quite a bit on Afrocentric education and schooling, but also Black feminist epistemologies and pedagogies is really, really critical to my teaching of Black studies, as well as Pan-Africanism and Black internationalism, as well as the Black radical tradition and abolition and freedom, as well as fugitivity. I wanted to mention, because your question asked us about case studies, so I've been using the Ninth Floor documentary. Marcus, you mentioned that earlier, and it's an excellent documentary to teach about the Sir George William affair. So that's something that I assign as a case study to my students to kind of teach about Black political protest and the Black radical tradition in Canada as well. So I think that's vitally important. At the undergraduate level, I forgot to mention that I also use some of the texts that I use. I think I mentioned earlier Bell Hooks and Bettina Love, abolitionist teaching, but also Goldie Muhammad's culturally and historically responsive teaching. I think that's really, really important given that I teach pre-service teachers. So these are just some of the things that I use in my teaching of Black studies. Concerning the ideal Black studies course at the undergraduate level, I'm still developing that, but the elements that I've mentioned here, I hold disciplinarity, transdisciplinarity, and interdisciplinarity as I continue to teach it in a place-based sort of manner.
Thank you so much for sharing that. Oh. Just kind of hit me there. So very quickly, I'll just add my little 2 cents of, often when I'm teaching in Black Studies, I'm always thinking about, especially for the intro class, giving students like a foundation, right? So really thinking of it as a survey course, giving them that breadth and depth of what Black Studies is. And so really teaching them about some of the key debates within the Canadian context, but also broadly in Black Studies. So thinking about Booker T. Washington, Du Bois, have a foundational understanding of what their pathways forward and what their thinking was a century ago about these types of things. Different types of Black feminisms. It's one thing to teach, you know, Patricia Hill Collins, but there's womanism, there's Africana womanism, there's debate and different ways of thinking. And so I give my students that as well, so they can leave the course and say this and not that, and I like this. As I mentioned earlier, you know, always Canada in conversation with, so helping them think about, okay, well, this was happening in Canada, but this was happening in the US. At the same time, in the Caribbean, this was happening. So they can start to in a way that makes sense for them. Debates around theory, I think, are really, really important, of helping students really understand this is a critical race theory approach versus Afro-pessimists versus, so that they can have that understanding early as they go forward, rather than just latching onto what is popular and not really understanding. My friends are historians, so I beat them in the head early with a lot of history, again, throughout the diaspora, to help them put these pieces together and really thinking about where did this notion of Blackness and whiteness come from, right? And so, as I said, I start pre-contact or pre-colonialism. So like by the third week, I use a series of maps to teach. And by the time we get to the transatlantic slave trade, I call that week the rude interruption, to help them to understand that Black folks have been living and doing and thriving, and then this thing happened, and that's why we're called Black. That's why we have whiteness, racial capitalism, et cetera. So it's really much a journey. And then the last piece, of course, is the Black joy, to remember that Black studies and Black experience isn't just struggle. So this builds on the next question. How can we build a robust Black studies curriculum in Canada? What are your thoughts about the opportunities and limitations of the different and emerging models and structures of Black studies across Canada? So we have the certificates, we have the minors, we have the programs. You know, we have two, one at Dalhousie and the other at Western, I believe, that just started. But, you know, the structures are very different. At my university, it's very traditional, intro, theory, methods, third year, fourth year. It's very clean. I like it, I'm biased. But again, a lot of them, it's piecemealing a lot of different random courses across disciplines together. Do we have opinions on this? What do we think is the way forward?
I can start. I think Black studies is also like a unsettling thing, right? It's not a thing to be put in an institution. It's like, I'm reminded of one African scholar saying, I don't abide by the Constitution, I live the Constitution. You know, it's like a thing you just do. So when you have to put it in an institution and discipline it, it becomes weird. And I know that we have to put it in a department, but our colleagues from down south, I think it was Fred Moulton that said this, when you create a department, it also doesn't like give you the time to foster things, and it also unsettles the grounding of what Black studies is even about, right? So it's like we are always caught in this unsettled environment. But what I would say is that I think if we're going to move forward, there has to be some anchoring in all the Black communities across the country. We can't do this without anchoring it in the specific communities that are in all the different universities. So in Hamilton, we are like, yes, what are the Black communities in Hamilton saying? How can we ensure that whatever is happening in the institution is being informed by the Black community or Black communities, right? So I think some of that discussion needs to happen in tandem with whatever, you know, minor certificates, undergrad program, grad program, whatever it is, because that would help us understand what are the gaps even in K to 12. We talked about the transition from high school to post-secondary. Some folks have also discussed how come Black Studies is not in STEM? How are we having that discussion? So I think we really need to take this discussion into the community and make sure that there's like some equilibrium happening between what we call Black Studies in the institution and the Black communities that are across the country.
So I just want to like add a pinch to your question or your comments now to the question, because I've noticed this throughout just my learning in this context, but also throughout the day. I think there's a space and a time for us to determine whether we want Black Studies in the institution or not. Because there seems to be a tension of people who are like, go, 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 let's build all the things, and then there's other people who are like, nah, forget it. Yeah. And so I think that that's also a conversation that's underpinning a lot of our discussions of, do we want that? And the reason I think about that is I am first year, I just finished. June 30th will be the end of the first year, okay? And the number of grad students who have contacted me, oh my God, I have this project, I wanna do this, I wanna do that, it's so great, but and I'm just like, my brain is breaking, because I'm like, this project is dope, it could change the game, it could really set things off. And then when I sit with the student and I'll be like, okay, so where are you gonna go? There's nowhere to go. You're a master's student, you're a PhD student, you wanna study in Black Studies, you wanna do something science related. I had a student come to me, something to do with like Black nutrition. I don't wanna give away her idea, but Black and food and amazingness. Where is she gonna study? Who's gonna mentor her? What classes is she going to take? For those of us who have recently finished, the hell that we've had to go through of going through the coursework that wasn't relevant, reading the comp list that wasn't relevant, and then turning around and doing all of that work to now read the stuff we really need to read, to do the questions, the work we want to do. That's why the structure is important in terms of having Black Studies in the institution, so that we can make space for that. Yeah. So I think at another time and place, or even in part today, I think we really have to discuss that tension in Canada of like, the faction that really wants it and wants to push and go at 100, and the other side that's like, nah, let's not put it in the institution. Okay.
Let me do a quick, I promise, I'll give you one example. Like, let's take policing, okay? We know the adverse effects of policing on communities. Here in Ontario, there's going to be a bill to bring back police back into high schools. Who has said anything, right? Not that we should say something, but like my offering of connecting it into community would be, okay, well, this is happening. What is the stance on bringing police officers back into schools, right? What is the stance of the fact that during COVID, Black communities didn't have access, right? So to me, I think that's why it's important to connect whatever we're doing to community, so that one, we can say something collectively, whether we disagree, we can still say something. Two, we can build that infrastructure. And three, people have mentioned this, money. We always go to ask the institution for money, and they never give us the money. So if we ground it in community, now we can start building those infrastructure, money, time, people, the research, the organizing, the policy work. Somebody said they were from government, Like, that's what we need to start doing. So that's my piece there.
Kamisha or Giselle?
I don't think the question, well, I agree with the question that you've posed. We have to decide whether or not we want it in the academy. I think that we do, given the forum that's been created here, because we're all, affiliated with some sort of an institution. But I agree with Kojo. It's about remaining connected to community. Back to the work of Sylvia Winter, she talks about the ways in which Black study became domesticated, right? After all of the protests, student protests in particular during the 1960s that brought it into the academy and made it a discipline. It became disciplined and therefore domesticated, and as a result lost its community efficacy.
Yes.
So I think it's important that in these sorts of spaces that we reevaluate the efficacy of Black studies and try our best, after we've left these spaces and we've, engaged together and contemplated together, to go back to our respective work and ensure that it is connected to community, however we define community as well. I don't want to speak as though it's like a monolith. We have our respective Black communities that we engage with and serve, but the Black studies does come out of community. So it only makes sense that as scholars, our work is in service to and in partnership with Black communities.
Kamisha.
I just want to say one thing really quickly, and I agree with my colleagues up here. But part of the challenge then when something's institutionalized and it becomes co-opted and impotent in certain ways, and that in making it legible to the institution for it to be accepted by the institution, it just brings to mind the whole notion, like critical race theory's notion of interest convergence,
Yes,
right?
yes.
And so they're allowing us to have this, but they're allowing us to have this on their terms and certain parameters, and really disconnected from community, right? And so, and I'm speaking about this as in my capacity. Sorry, my mom's calling. In my capacity as director, she's always calling, because my thrust was really centering community and community research, community scholarship, and in order to gain community, there are ways that, or gain the trust of communities, because we are within the institution, and too many of them represent that institution and limited access. Pulling them in requires resources, requires money, and when the institution itself doesn't really understand that we as Black academics don't have the luxury of producing knowledge for the sake of academia, but it is always for our survival. It is always about community. It is always about us as a collective, because let's face it, no matter what it is that gets put forward, it's us as a collective, right? When the institution doesn't understand and support that, then we have an issue, right? Because they don't understand our ways of knowing, being, surviving, and the fact that we are not those antiquated white philosophers that could sit in a room and just think in a vacuum and not worry about who it impacts and whether or not it's going to touch or reach anybody. And they don't get that, because that's still how they're functioning. And so, as Giselle said, what is the efficacy of it, right? The way that we're doing it, it needs to change, but can it? Do we really have that freedom that you spoke about, right? Because I know, even in my position, being responsible for that sort of thing at my institution, I don't have that freedom. Jeez. I am being micromanaged because I'm still a Black body in that work.
And we move different, and that isn't always understood. It isn't always understood. Okay.
Can I
Sure,
just say one last thing really quickly? I think that because of us being this post-George Floyd moment where there was like an influx of institutions across Canada wanting to pay more attention to Black studies. This is when we see all the programs being implemented, whether it's certificates, minors, whatever. I think that also fostered a kind of scarcity mindset where we're like responding to having to do all these things really quickly because we know that this is only going to last for so long. But at the same time, and this goes back to, I think it was the question in the first panel when they talked about whether or not we're ready for Trump, Carney, et cetera. I think that if we are committed to a Black Studies project that's always rooted in community, we know that we've been here before, that we're always already ready, and it's just, another day that we'll, as Black people, always figure it out regardless, right? So what it means for when I think about what possibilities looks like, it's where we're not forced to think about numbers, so to speak, because that's where the money is, but how might we actually put into place like some ideas that we've discussed with like Juanita Stevens at Windsor, there's Cornell at Western, and Muna Ali at York, for like what it would mean to teach a Black geographies class across all of our institutions, right? And there's ways of operating beyond that kind of scarcity mindset, one that's not committed to like the Eurocentric ways of learning, and I think that's how Black studies should work for me, you know?
I love that, and this is the perfect segue.
Can I just one more thing? Sorry. To add on to what Shaughnessy was saying around sort of moving beyond those barriers and creating community across institutions internationally is also important. But when we're thinking about, I was talking about gaining the resources and not having that support. I know Sam Tekla was talking about the fact that he writes these SHIRK applications and has to present what he's looking at in ways, again, that the institution will understand and accept and that they don't find threatening, and then do something completely different once he gets the money. And that's what we do, of course, but I'm interested in what that does to us.
Yeah.
Right? That process of having to, again, make ourselves palatable for the institution to validate and recognize and accept what it is that we're doing and then support it, and how that diminishes and again creates that double consciousness within us about us being actually just intrinsically valid and legitimate, right?
And it's like Marcus was saying earlier about like playing the game. Do we want to play that game? Or how do we want to, if we are interested in doing it? So continuing on this dreaming together, what are your dreams? So we talked about this in our reading group. We had a reading group. We read The Future of Black Studies for the past 5 weeks by Abdul Akalimat, who is one of the US founders of Black Studies and was our keynote last year. And we were reading that together. When I asked this question, everyone was like, what? What are your dreams for the broader development of Black studies and/or curricula in Canada over the next 10 years? 2035. So 2035 is 10 years from now. What would you like to see and why? I will go first. Because I'm excited about this question. I have, and everybody who knows me well is tired of me hearing me say this, but I have spent a decent amount of time engaging in the African American Black Studies context. And just the way that they move and say things that we are like, oh my gosh, that's so profound, it's like Wednesday for them, right? And I can't help but think to myself, 2035, what would it be like for me to be situated in a department, let's say it's Black Studies, Funke is my colleague, Tasha Henry is my colleague, Giselle is my colleague, Kojo's my colleague, we're going to a defense, and Chevy is the external, and like we're just, it's all of us. Can you imagine what defenses would look like? Can you imagine what graduation time would look like? Could you imagine faculty meetings, admissions, like how much we could grow and think together by just, you're next door and I'm gonna knock on you and bother you because I smelled your lunch and it smells good? Like, I think we have to not be afraid to think big like that, of saying like, what would it be like, rather than us being scattered all over the place, to be together in one space. We don't have to all agree. We could have Afro-pessimists in one section, critical race over here. We have our post-colonial and anti-colonial over there. That's fine. But imagine what we could do if this isn't a once-a-year thing. This is just Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, building curriculum together. For me, 2035, that's what I want my department to look like, so that when students come to me and they have great ideas, I can say, oh, sweet. This, Sonia's gonna be your supervisor, Giselle's gonna be your number 2, Funke's gonna be your number 3, I'll be your internal, external, boom, let's go. And it's magic, all the time, it's a pipeline. So 2035, that's what I'm thinking. Go. And we gotta go fast, because
yeah,
they're
okay.
telling me to be quiet.
Really quickly, I think if I'm being honest, future of Black studies for me is not necessarily taking place on our campuses. Like, I'm thinking about what it means to pull up to a different book list and have just a grounding session with people, or have like a late night thing that starts at 7 with food. Everybody can come with their kids and you read a book together. Like, I think, or even if it is at the institution, barriers like tuition, bus fare to get to school, like all of these things need to be taken care of, like, and really understanding meeting those material needs as part of Black studies too, right? Because I think the ways that we work in the institution, it's like this department, like Dean of Students is supposed to take care of that, blah, blah, blah. But at the same time, when there's students coming to your office and bawling because of all these other life things that are happening, right? Like, that's still kind of part of our job, even though they don't write it in our job descriptions, right? So I think for me, it's more about what happens at the outside, or how just to meet people where they're at and tell them to bring that to the table, and like that being the starting place of their learning. So going back to, there was someone that mentioned Burna Boy and Jaina Kingdom as a part of their questions, like that's what I want my students to come and bring. We talk about in our Black pop culture class, right? Because that's the entry point to talk about migration, what it means to like be a Nigerian diaspora and like do a sold out show in Toronto. Jada Kingdom, talk about Black women's sexuality, all these things, right? But I think if we only think about what the institution or how the institution wants us to learn, we'll never get there.
Thank you. Kojo, rapid fire.
Rapid fire, money, money, money. You know, I think, you know, and let me situate it this way. Since everybody has been talking about theory and methods and praxis and whatnot, you know, in Ghana they used to do susu, right? You know what susu is?
We do
Everybody
too.
brings their money. Yeah, everybody brings their money. If you need it, you know, you take it, you do your thing, bring it back when everything is sorted. Like, I think that's what we have to do. Right? And it doesn't have to be specifically for the institution, but it can be for the institution and our communities, not only in Canada, but globally, right? So that now we are not just talking the thing and publishing the thing and, you know, saying it over and over again, but it's like we're actually doing the thing. McMaster, you don't want to give us 50K? We know we got some money down here that's going to get us some 50K, right? Windsor, you need some help? All right, send us that email. We're going to send you that 100K. You know, so Sam, you want to do that research project without changing your thing on shirt? Send us an email. We're going to send. So I think that is a crucial thing. And if in the next 10 years we dedicate ourselves and we say, look, this is something that we should do, maybe, you know, all the folks that apply to SHEC, maybe you put some a budget line, don't tell anybody, you put a budget line that says community work, and then you siphon that somewhere else. You know what I mean? So that's just me.
2035, Kamisha.
Want to say I've done that. I've actually put in that community work budget line in there and funneled money into it, figuring out how they're going to let me use it as another thing. But I've hidden money there to do that kind of thing. But I couldn't call it community work because they don't allow for that. So it's more experiential learning. But quickly, I think everybody's touched on it. Going back to Black Studies as praxis and as the sort of ontology, the way that we are, I don't think we can divorce it from our well-being, right? In order for us to have that freedom, it's very intricately tied to our liberation, and I don't think that we can produce Black Studies in any way that we're conceptualizing it unless we are okay, we are well, we don't actually engage well in community unless we're well either, right? We don't come together from really authentic places because we are hurting, we are and suffering from, the community pathology, right? And so, so my goal, my dream for the next 10 years is our liberation as a people, so that we can actually start to put things together in ways that really work.
2035, Giselle.
I'm not quite sure what to add because I agree with everything that's been said here. I'm thinking about Robin Kelly's writing. I think it's Black Study, Black Struggle, where he talks about he doesn't think that the university itself can be a site of transformation, but he does argue that we can, exploit its resources, for the sake of our own purposes. And I think that, and we should be more focused on political education in these spaces and using, small bits of university real estate to do this work. So hosting Black families for reading circles in university spaces, finding ways to use some of our own professional development expenses to, buy bus tickets or, put money on Presto cards for people to get to these spaces.
Right.
So finding ways to continue to exploit the institution's resources in service of Black liberation. I also think it's important that in the next 10 years that all of the institutions who signed the Scarborough Charter, that we remind them that they signed it and that they continue to not just, actually I shouldn't say that, no, maybe not. Someone did say, I asked someone in a very important setting, a white man, about a commitment made, by the Scarborough Charter, and they said to me, it was an aspirational document.
Oh.
And we signed it to symbolize our commitment to aspire.
Goodbye.
Right. So I do think that it's important that we remind our institutions of the commitments that they did make, so that we can continue the work will continue, but keep them accountable as well.
So we're going to move forward to We Listen, We Don't Judge, because time is not our friend today. Our first question, and I'm going to ask this one in the spirit of We Listen, We Don't Judge, because whoever said this one, they're trying it, and I think it's important for us to engage with the spirit of this discussion. And it says, the cohort of Black Studies practitioners here today are in institutions across Canada, some in hostile territory. Are you all in conversation with each other day to day? So they're checking us and asking us, do we practice what we preach? I have a lot to say, but I'll wait. Go.
Hello. Just to start us off, I know that in my role, I hired some students to just figure out who is who in Black Studies across the country and then internationally. And I have reached out to everybody that was on the list so that we could come together regularly to start those conversations and figure out how to keep this going, particularly in this age where all of this is in peril.
Anybody else?
I firstly want to talk about the hostile territory part of the question, which I think makes me say that it's just important to give each other grace, knowing that we're all in the shit show together. Some days it's really hard to show up to work. I think who I am today might not be the same person tomorrow, right? So I think, my friend and colleague Daylon Taylor always says, grace and space is so important just to build community. And if times were something said the wrong way, can we just come to the table and talk it out without making it a big thing? What does recovery look like, right? But for the rest of the question, I'm not sure that I can answer that for myself, but I will say, if you want to know, come and talk to me and say hi. If not, you can ask somebody about me too, see what they say, and take it from there.
Because one of the things I'm thinking too with this question is, and I talk about this with my friends a lot, is just, are we kind to each other? She's like, no. Because I think about myself going through grad school, and I had to be very intentional about crafting very specific relationships where I felt safe, where I felt like nobody was gonna try it, where I felt like, okay, you're gonna read my work and you're gonna be honest and this stays here. If I was having a problem, those of you who know me well, I had some challenges in grad school. They held me down and it's never come back to me, right? We have to think about, and I think this is another underlying conversation that we're not yet having, how do we treat each other within the same generation, but also, you know, gatekeepers to junior? We really have to have that discussion, because what I have seen is a lot of people going inward, a lot of people hiding, a lot of people so in the corner, right? Because they're scared and they've been hurt so much that they don't trust nobody anymore. So I think we have to like rip the Band-Aid off and have the real discussions about some of the problematic or shady ways that we do each other in this space. Everybody's like, Anybody else?
No, I'm just going to say that I agree.
Do we have time for one more We Listen, We Judge? Or broader questions? Okay. We will move forward to broader audience questions. We need a microphone over there so we can hear.
Hi, my name is Ipsara Mahari. I'm actually here from the U.S., from D.C.
Hey.
Hey. Yeah, I'm a doctoral student at Mahari Medical College. How I landed in this space is a bit backwards, in a sense. I'm a development practitioner by training. So, you know, I do work on the quote-unquote on the ground. And so got into decolonization, and which is what my academic work is going to take me. And I think a place that I've seen, at least on the US side, where there's a really big gap is like translational science, like operational research, implementation science. Like we have all of these things we learn in Black studies and all the philosophical histories and things where things started, et cetera. But global health's history is deeply rooted in imperial expansion and colonialism, right? But like throughout public health, you don't learn that. You don't learn that unless you have some interest in it and you decide, you're reading a book and come upon it. And a lot of those histories are then translated into actual practice now. So like, I'll give a very quick example, is if you go into a country office for an organization, someone in South Africa who's working there from Kenya and someone working there from the UK, one is called an expat, the other is called a third country national. And that's like a history that came with us, right, from colonialism. And I think, so my question really is, when you're thinking about curriculum development, where does translational science live, especially for those of us who don't intend to stay in academia, but really go back into practice? Because there is really a place to take those learnings and then apply them and change policy, change systems, change mechanisms that are in place so that we're actually changing the future in the works as well. So that's my question, is like, where does that fit in your curriculum design?
Anybody want to tackle that?
I can start. So in the class that I teach, one of the assignments is I give out readings, lots of readings to students. They are in groups and they have to do a podcast on the topic. So that helps when you have students from different faculties. So we had health science students, engineering students, and they are paired together. So that helps a little bit. The other thing I'll say is that this is why I think it's very important for us to be in tune in our communities. So for example, in Hamilton, when we're talking about public health, we knew that public health was not attuned to some of those historical injustices and practices. So we fought to restructure the Board of Health in Hamilton. So now there are community health experts that are part of the Board of Health, and now they are actually changing how public health does their work, their outreach, their reports, their understanding of various demographics that haven't been, public health hasn't paid attention to. So to me, that's like one of those examples where we've taken what we've learned, We know what's happening in community, and we use that to change the current system. So those are the things that some of us are doing in Hamilton.
Mm-hmm. Anybody else? Did you want to?
I've said a couple of times, so being a practitioner in the field, social worker, I teach in social work, I teach in sociology and criminology and in law, and so it's very practice oriented, but also then being the director of the Research Institute, and in a very wide institution that comes to us for all things Black, we, there have been opportunities seized to sort of lend expertise and lend the lens in other places. So I've just recently was tapped by a hospital doing research on sickle cell anemia, and of course, right, they say it's largely disproportionately Black populations affected by it, and so they came to us, to me specifically, because the structure of the institute is small, but can you take a look at our proposal? Can you see if there's anything that we've missed? Can you see that if there's all of these? Can you put that lens on it where you're looking at the disparities and anti-Blackness and the things that we may have missed? And so I'm constantly looking at the practice implications to all fields, because that's my orientation, and so it's always part of both the curriculum and the research and pedagogical pieces.
Okay. Good. Anybody else, or is we good?
I'll say, I think for me, in terms of the practical implications, it starts with like my students themselves. Like when I invite them to talk about who they are, how they might see or not see, like I think it's giving them the opportunity to engage with the material, not as like an object of study. Yes, to an extent, but also recognizing that they themselves have a stake in it too, right? So it's not just you studying about Black life, but what can you learn from this? And like say, 'cause coming from a communication studies background, like a lot of my students end up going into like PR, they might do like social media campaigns for big companies and stuff. So when we talk about images, like are you going to choose to circulate this problematic image that would fit into a like World Vision ad or something? That is actually in turn telling the reader more about you than it is about the subject, right? And I think that's what I want my students to think more deeply about, and I think that's where like the everyday or the practicality of my work plays in.
Thank you for that. We have one more question in the back.
Thank you, Selina from McMaster Communication Studies Media Arts. So I teach a graduate course called Alternative Media Forms in Africa. One of the challenges that I have not resolved, so this question is really a selfish question. I've not resolved how to teach in substantive and true ways a continent like Africa in 12 weeks. What to include and what not to include. And so if we are talking about Black studies, teaching about Black studies in Canada is even much more complicated. As we, in panel 2, we're talking about the heterogeneous nature of what it means to be Black in Canada. So what do you choose and not choose, and how do you make those decisions of what to include and what not to include in the curriculum, in the course outline? And for students to know that these choices are subjective, that they don't walk away thinking this is the all and be it all of Black studies in 12 weeks. It's impossible to cover everything. Thank you.
I mean, in my intro class, I have the same challenge. There's so much, and it's like I'm fighting to squeeze everything in. I always start with the end. When my students leave my class, what do I want them to walk away knowing? What questions do I want them to what questions do I potentially want to be incited? and what am I preparing them for next? I think when I ask myself those questions and then work backwards, it helps a lot. So as I was saying, I want my students to know the debates in Black studies, not just Canadian authors, but Du Bois, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. I want them to understand different theoretical approaches so they can start to find their loves early. I want them to understand methods, digital humanities, et cetera, so they can start to think, maybe I could be a researcher. I really like this digital humanities thing, this oral history thing we talked about in class. So really thinking about where do you want them to land and what do you want to kind of plant seeds about to allow to ferment after they leave you. That's how I approach it.
Yeah, and you'll never get it done in 12 weeks. But I think it's important to show. I think the word from the morning was pluriversality of things, right? So in one of the weeks we talk about 2S LGBTQIA+, and I focus on what's happening on the continent right now. Kenya, Ghana, Nigeria. We do a whole case study thing, right? So then now they're having to think through all of the different options, and it's not just one narrative or one story. That's what kind of complicates the thing. So for me, anytime I introduce something, I make sure that it's not just one way of saying it, but there are multiple ways of saying it from different locations, and those different locations implies different things and different complexities. Then now it's up to them. Then they have alternative stuff to also go and read, so that's also up to them. So I think when we do it that way, now we are offering that multiplicity of ways that they can talk about a thing.
Can I just say really quickly that there's only one you're one person, and that sounds like a monumental task that you're trying to take on for this single course. Know that there's other comrades in the struggle that have similar, maybe overlapping expertise. Feel free to lean on your colleagues to also help support the work that you do. But I think that there's a lot of pressures in working in the kind of environments that make us feel that we have, especially as Black women, that we have to be extra perfect at our jobs, and it's not sustainable, right? So just take it one day at a time.
This is the first course on Africa in the program, so there is no leaning on other colleagues. So yeah, their first encounter with Africa. So,
yeah, but I would say just do your best, because I think the problem even starts before they enter the university, right? Thinking about their engagements with what the content. Some people think Africa is a country. Like, there's so much unlearning that has to be done that I don't think any one course has the capacity to do, right? So it's up to students to take on that extra work, read more, not just what's on the syllabus, right? So that's what I mean, like, there's just one you, the rest of the work is on others too, right?
I think Giselle just wanted to jump in real quick.
I agree with Shaughnessy. You can only do what you can do. And typically when I start my classes, any class, but since we're speaking about Black Studies, is emphasize that this is only a 12-week class, right? It is by no means exhaustive. We are only gonna essentially get to the tip of the iceberg here. So the objective is just to, share the key debates and, the important or the most, the theories that are most, I guess, relevant for the time being, thinking about the actual students that I'm teaching, what do I want them to know now? And then I also provide supplementary readings, additional readings for them to pursue at their own leisure. That's kind of a way to, fill that gap. If you feel like you need to do so much, just provide them with the resources. They can Google it or Google them.
I think we have to wrap. We're a little over time. Okay, one more.
Sorry. Hi. Can I respond to the question? No, I'm not saying
Sure, Chevy, sure. Go off,
I
King.
think like it's a heavy task. I agree with everything that was said, but one thing I'll add is to provide the critical lens, right? So the critical lens, whether it's through one or two case studies, so now that they have the critical lens, when they step out of the classroom, they could use that lens to engage in Africa in the way they need to engage with Africa.
Thank you for that, Chevy. Are we doing the- Oh. This will be our last question.
Okay, well, oh, it's working now. Well, thank you for giving me space to ask. You spoke about the importance of place. I was wondering, we're using the language talking about Black studies in Canada quite a bit. Why not like Black studies on Turtle Island? And does that language shape the way that we're thinking about this discourse and the vision that we're trying to work towards collectively?
So I think we mentioned this in our reading group. When you announce something, you erase something, right? So yes, you're right. But I think if we're going to use that, then it's incumbent on us to intertwine the things that we are erasing by using that, right? So I learned this from my supervisor, who says you can't mention everything, right? So what you want to do is say why you mentioned this and the things you missed and what you're erasing and move on, right? So that would just be my response. So when we say Black studies in Canada, then we are also critically analyzing the creation of Canada and how that has also meant migration and movement and transborder stuff and indigenous folks and all the other things that complicates this country.
Thank you. Well, thank you to our panelists. Can we give them a round of applause?
Well, thank you everybody for sitting here. This was a really great panel. I really liked all the questions. I'm just going to let you know that we are going to take a quick 5-ish minute break before our keynote. But please don't leave in the break, because we will have our keynote. And then after the fete, with food, the patois is bringing chicken. And we have 13 Suns with the traditional Ethiopian coffee ceremony and vegan food. And it's going to be great. And DJ Chris is going to DJ. So please don't leave. The bathroom is over there, 5-ish minutes. Come back. Okay, it is 4:25 now. Come back 4:30, before 4:30. Okay, thank you.
Hello, hello, everybody. We'd like to come back together. We get to continue the vibe soon. More food is coming, but we still have our keynote. So let us gather around for the highlight of the day, our keynote. So again, thank you to panel 4 for helping to pull the threads of our discussion today together and prompt us to think about how we might move forward in this work. It is now my honor to introduce the keynote for today, Dr. Funke Aladejebi. Who will be speaking to us today about genealogies of Black liberatory traditions in Canada. This is not only an opportunity for many of us to fill our knowledge gaps about the Black tradition right here in Canada, it is also very grounding, reminding us that so much of Black studies is about carrying our past forward with us as we build. Dr. Funke Aladejebi is a scholar of the 20th century with a specialization in Black Canadian history. Her book, Schooling the System, everybody must read, A History of Black Women Teachers, explores the intersections of race, gender, and access in Canadian educational institutions. She is also the co-editor of Unsettling the Great White North, another must read, Black Canadian History. Dr. Aladejebi's work explores the importance of Black Canadian women in sustaining their communities and preserving a distinct Black identity within restrictive gender and racial barriers. She has been involved in a variety of community engagement and social justice initiatives in Toronto, and her research interests are in oral history, the history of education in Canada, Black feminist thought, and transnationalism. So very quickly, I've known Funke for a very long time. I started out as a fan. She was ahead of me in her studies, and I would just see her around, and she was just always on point. She'd say something, and it was like, and period, right? Like everything she said. And I was like, who is this woman? Like, who is this girl? Like, I want to be her friend. And then, I don't know, some way I got invited to her doctoral defense, and I was a baby graduate student at that time. And when I tell you, I have never, up to this day, I have not seen a defense as good and as thorough. Like every answer, it was just mic drop, mic drop, mic drop, mic drop. And I was sitting there taking notes, and I'm like, oh, I gotta argue like this, and I gotta say it like this. And I was just so impressed with Funke. She is brilliant, she's amazing. We have become friends over the years, and I've seen her wear these different hats, and she's amazing in all of them. So I'm very excited for her today to do our keynote. So please note that after her address, there will be some brief time for Q&A. So please help me in welcoming Dr. Funke Aladejebi.
Trying to stay focused, and you're doing the most with that intro, so wow. So many things to say, so many things to say. All right, so thank you so much. I recognize too that I am in the middle of you and food and fete, so I'm gonna really try to keep you entertained as much as possible, but also to get through, I think, some connective tissue and connecting threads to all of these conversations that we've been talking about from the panel in the first at 9 a.m., 9:30 until now, so I'm really excited. I also wanted to really thank Drs. Rhonda George and Alpha Abibi and the whole Black Futurities team for this generous invitation to join you all in conversation and communion. I also wanted to give a special shout out to Debbie, who has been so generous in helping sort out the logistics and supporting my participation here today. Thank you so much. It really is such an honor to be in the room with so many scholars that I've collaborated with or learned from throughout the years, and whose scholarship has informed so much of my work. Truly, it's a blessing to be here with you all on Treaty 13 lands and to contemplate the strategy of Black studies in these times. As a historian of Black Canada, my desire has always been to bridge the spaces between academic and community knowledges. By emphasizing the necessity of Black Canadian knowledges, largely through oral histories, I consider the important avenues that we can use to understand and situate this advocacy work and the advocacy work of persons of African descent within Canadian schooling institutions. Our contemporary moment has led me to think about the ways that Black Canadian history can both serve to contest the colonial logics of historical writing and knowledge production, but also perpetuate this coloniality by maintaining rigid disciplinary boundaries and overemphasizing stories of recovery, often read as discovery, of Black Canada. So, this conversation today asks for a more expansive discussion about historical activists, intellectuals, and community members who informed what would be Black studies in Canada and their offerings for future possibilities. Amidst the ongoing scholasticide occurring in Gaza, increasing violent and armed attacks on school and education structures in Sudan and the Democratic Republic of Congo, and more recently, the series of executive orders, some of which sought to dismantle the Department of Education in the United States under this current administration, it is clear that the assaults on the educational infrastructure and learning institutions of a nation reflect global forms of state repression and control, and in some instances speak to the increasing backlash against the gains of the previous decade. Canada has not escaped these processes, and alongside the increasing backlash against EDI or DEI initiatives, organizations and companies are quietly reducing already constrained budgets for this equity-based work. In 2023, for example, the Ontario Ministry of Education ordered a review of the allegations against the Toronto District School Board after the death of Richard Bilsko, a former principal at the board who committed suicide after suing the TDSB for workplace harassment that he supposedly faced in an anti-racism training session at the school board. Only a few months ago did the University of Alberta, and some people already mentioned this, announce the removal of the language and the framework of EDI to instead opt for the discussion titled Access, Community, and Belonging. They've yet to define what community and belonging is. All of this offers us signposts, I think, to a changing tide about the spaces and offerings of what the last 5 years opened up, and perhaps an indication of what is no longer here. But in many ways, scholars of Black Canada and Black studies more broadly have understood these patterns and mechanisms of state repression, and that they come at the height of moments when Black populations are theorizing, constructing, and archiving our futures. As a result, I think this offers us a critical junction of Black possibility. I think the historical past can give us something to consider. And so, I would like to begin our conversation today with a story. Over the past several years, I've taught a second-year history course on Black Canadian history. And every year, the dynamics of the student changes over time, but many of them come into the course interested in or are introduced to Black Canadian history for the first time. A few years ago, after a couple of my introductory lectures in class, a continental-born African student, Nigerian to be specific, this will become important later, approached me with a specific question. What is this Black Canada? The student said, I've been trying to find it. Is it in the streets? Is it outside? Is there a neighborhood where I can find this Black Canada? Where is Black Canada? And as a recent transplant to the city of Toronto, I understood her question, and I restrained from providing a clear definition. Instead, I informed the student that throughout the class, we would unravel these issues, and by the end of the year, it was my hope that it would become clearer to the student what Black Canada was. This student was particularly engaged throughout the year and would challenge my definitions constantly, thoughtfully, and critically. By the end of the year, I proudly went back to the student and I asked if they now had a clearer sense of what Black Canada is. The student said, well, you gave us a lot of readings, but I'm not sure if you really provided an answer to what this Black Canada thing is. And I said, oh, okay. So we concluded the class, and I left unsure if I provided the right scaffolds for their question, for what it meant to be, live, and exist as Black Canada. It would not be until a year later that the student would come to visit me during my office hours with some news. She said, I think I found where this Black Canada is. At least I think I found what the space of Black Canada is and does. Intrigued, I said, do tell. The student began to tell me about an event they attended at a different book list, and it was filled with a variety of Black folks, some engaging in all kinds of conversation. The student described a convergence of Black, Caribbean, African, continental-born Africans, Caribbean-born, Canadian-born Black populations across first, second, and third generations discussing life in Canada. The student described a space that was filled with academics, activists, community leaders, and griots, all of whom welcomed one another into the space. She also described artwork, Ankara print, books, food, laughter, music, all from across the diaspora. And all of this converged into a tiny bookstore on Bathurst and Bloor. Ah, I said, I think you might be onto something. The student noted, it was as if all of those annoying readings that you gave us were in one place, hanging out, living in the now. I told the student, now that's a better definition of Black Canada. I use this story as a segue to explore what I think a Canadian rendering of Black studies offers us and perhaps what it might be. At its foundation, Black studies in Canada seeks to push against a notion of Black essentialism, which tells us that there is only one way to be and exist as a Black person in Canada. And I think all of the panels over this whole day have been emphasizing that. Instead, Black studies forces us to have a more expansive understanding of Black Canadian identities that are necessarily multiplicitous and diasporic in nature. Black studies within the Canadian context both understands the utility of the nation state, but it doesn't only remain there. It instead considers transnational renderings to give way to multiple Black traditions. So today I hope to then track some of these historical genealogies of Black life and liberation as a way to explore what I think Canada has to offer Black studies. First, I argue that a critical element of what Black Canada offers the field of Black studies is context and space. In much the same ways that this student described a convergence of multiple Black communities and ways of being at a different book list, Black Canada considers how historical and current context necessitated new ways of being together. For many scholars and activists exploring the condition of Blackness in North America, it is under this context and the way in which these explorations are produced that becomes really important. I argue then that Canada has offered conditions and spaces of fluidity, and some people define this as a non-contingent form of freedom, where the possibility of imagining and planning for Black futures is possible. Whether it be through bodily freedom of self-assertion, that is the self-emancipatory processes by which freedom seekers found themselves in the space that is now called Canada, or the psychological freedom, this desire to seek out education, political rights, and access in Canada, or the need for self-representation as seen through the creation of Black newspapers and journals across early Canada. Black populations used, they understood, and of course they experienced the geography of Canada in complicated ways. And in fact, these experiences allowed for articulations for future exploration. And many Black folks stayed here to change the very construct of the nation itself. So as such, I think Black studies then helps us to understand the region of Canada as a tenuous place of fugitivity, a meeting place for diasporic Black cultures, as well as a space of networking and, of course, conflict. Canada was and is a geographic place where Black activists imagined various forms and kinds of liberation. People in this region had different views for what they wanted their futures to look like and for what they wanted Black people to engage in. Across Canadian towns like Toronto, Windsor, Chatham, Preston, Amber Valley, Amherstburg, Black people grappled with the questions of political and national allegiance. They used Canada as a place where they could devise strategies to confront racial oppression that grappled their lives and those of Black populations more globally. Through newspapers, conventions, churches, organizations, Black people across the diaspora engaged in a wide-ranging set of debates about where they belonged and where they wanted to invest their hopes for the future. And I think this is, at least to some extent, a critical place or a starting point for understanding Black studies within the Canadian context. By exploring their racial and national selves, Black activists, scholars, educators were all demonstrating the fluidity of their national and Black identities. So while there have been multiple paths, and scholars and panelists have said this already, have been multiple paths for Black liberatory visioning across time and space, many scholars of Black Canada have really tracked this visioning and history across two main theoretical tracks, the Black liberal tradition and the Black radical tradition. The Black liberal tradition, of course, emphasizes a rootedness, and the Black radical tradition emphasizes rootedness or routedness. Some people say routes, roots, depending on what immigrant you are. You know what I mean. All right, but I say rootedness for many reasons, to play on the words. All right. So as Peter James Hudson and Aaron Kamshuga have contended, the Black liberal tradition has often been understood as the dominant way in which we talk about Black Canada and Black populations in Canada. It is often national in focus and positions the Canadian nation state as redemptive. It often, and most especially, considers the central fact that racial justice is possible in Canada. The Black radical tradition is often positioned across histories of Black revolt, freedom, and sovereignty. Within these discussions is a critique of the Canadian nation state and the ways in which the state-sanctioned projects have sought to neutralize Black protest and co-opt Black citizens. Many of these elements hold true today. In a lot of ways, scholars such as Naomi Pabst often argue that the radical tradition in Canada resists provincialism and parochialism, that is, the narrow focus, this idea of only emphasizing a very limited local space rather than thinking more expansively about Black communities. But it's also, in a lot of ways, the Black radical tradition includes Black internationalism within this conversation. And while we often position these discourses and traditions as separate and distinctive, many of the historical actors track instead a continuum, that is, they moved back and forth between Black liberal and radical traditions often and frequently. And in fact, within these traditions stands a deep undercurrent by which persons of African descent were fueled and influenced by a tradition of seeking international sanctuary where widened parameters of liberation were possible. Canada is an important part of that tradition. To this end, then I want to get a little history lesson, or give you all a little history lesson to the diverse examples, historical examples, that we might consider for thinking about the location of Canada as a place of possibility by which Black thinkers and Black activists helped us to think differently. And I always tell Rhonda that I feel like I'm an imposter of Black Canadian studies because I'm so history focused. So I'll tell you why I'm history focused. And hopefully you'll let me land and you'll see why. I mean, you don't have to. You could go wherever you want. All right, so take, for example, the North American Convention of Colored Freemen, which, of course, happened in 1851, where 53 delegates and hundreds of people gathered to discuss abolition, the Fugitive Slave Act of 1850, and how to assist Black people freeing into what was then called Canada West, but what we now know as present-day Ontario. The majority of the delegates who were in attendance were from Canada West, but many of them were also from New York, Ohio, Pittsburgh, to the US folks who are here. And in a lot of ways, many of the people in attendance were people like Josiah Henson, Henry Bibb, Thornton Blackburn. All of these people were freedom seekers, and many of them were Black leaders who were part of a growing population of Canada's Black identity in the 19th century. Delegates would meet for 3 days at St. Lawrence Hall in Toronto, and they engaged in a variety of conversations about emancipation, land ownership, segregation, and settlement in the land that is now called Canada. Toronto was a chosen place for this location of the conference or convention, largely because of its safety and proximity to the United States for traveling delegates. The convention resulted in a series of resolutions, which included the condemnation of the Fugitive Slave Act, which was enacted in the United States, but more importantly, it identifies Canada West as the most desirable place for Black people on the continent, which is pretty intense if you think about what Canada is now. Okay. While discussions then of land ownership loomed heavy in the conversations, the complex relationship of Indigenous guardianship over these very lands was often ignored. Furthermore, not all delegates supported each of the resolutions. For example, the US delegates really were not in agreement that African Americans should leave the United States in order to find liberation. But the space itself offered a lens or a place by which Black folks could engage in a series of debates about Black life and possibility. For example, various committees reported on efforts that were being made by Black freedom seekers across Canada on the development of Black communities, including Elgin Settlement, which eventually became Buxton. And the Business Committee even recommended all kinds of discussions around the importance of education, abstaining from liquor, increasing the circulation of the Voice of the Fugitive, a popular Black Canadian newspaper of the era, and promoting agricultural life as a gateway for Black economic freedom. On the afternoon of September 13th in 1851, delegates unanimously adopted the following resolution, quote, resolved that the formation of a great league of the colored people of North and South American continents and of the West Indies for the general abolition of slavery, for the protection of common rights, and for their brethren across the world, and for their social, political, and moral elevation, end quote. The convention's final resolution really thought through conversations about where Black people chose to live and reside, whether it be in Canada, the British colonies of the Caribbean, or elsewhere. Ultimately, the convention allowed for leading activists and thinkers to connect with one another, to imagine a better future for Black people. It also helped to articulate the vast landscape where persons of African descent resided across the Americas. These deliberations were part of the Black Conventions movement that happened between the 1830s and the 1890s following the American Civil War. And while these spaces offered a place for a largely male audience to engage in political leadership and citizenship rights, for the few female abolitionist leaders like Mary Ann Shadd Cary, who was the only woman in attendance at the 1851 convention, it also became a platform by which she could engage in ideas and concepts of economic self-reliance and the full integration of Black people into Canadian society. Of course, many of you might know that Mary Ann Shadd Cary was deeply against having segregationist spaces for Black people. She very much believed in this kind of integrationist philosophy. So Shadd Cary would also be part of this political organizing of the period and really shape the contours of Black political activism of the era, specifically through her campaign for Black immigration to Canada. Shadd Cary would be one of, and the Delaney's photo is all weird in this slide. Anyway, sorry. I'll bring it down so you can see his actual face, not his torso, all right? Shadd Cary would be one of the many Black immigrationists who found themselves in various parts of Canada. Martin R. Delaney is another popular person who was often remembered for their participation in the American Civil War and, of course, his medical practice. But in the 19th century, his immigration politics is really what led him to be considered one of the fathers of Black nationalism, and his presence marked a decade of emigrationists who were really encouraging Black movement across the diaspora. In a lot of ways, he reflected what Black political activists were searching for, this idea of a Black nationality. These emigrationists saw their future in Haiti. They saw themselves in parts of the African continent, the Caribbean, and of course, Canada. So when Delaney moved to Chatham, Ontario for 3 short years between 1856 and 1859, he was increasingly convinced that Black populations in Canada and elsewhere could only thrive by building a nation of their own. Chatham is where he pens some of his most influential texts, including Blake, or The Huts of America, which was published in several parts in the Afro-American magazine and the weekly Anglo-African magazine between 1859 and 1862. In Blake, Delaney follows the life of Henry Blake, an escaped enslaved person who travels across and from the southern United States into Canada and eventually lands in Cuba as part of this plan to enact a large-scale slave insurrection. Delaney writes Blake as a militant and revolutionary protagonist, and he uses Blake's character to counter the very popular Uncle Tom's Cabin, which was published by Harriet Beecher Stowe in 1852. He makes a really deliberate characterization of a different kind of persona. More importantly, the book positions transnational Black revolution as the possible solution to the institution of slavery itself. Shortly after his time in Canada, Delaney recruits Robert Campbell, a Jamaican of mixed ancestry, and travels to Abeokuta in Nigeria in 1859 in search of a creation of an African American settlement in West Africa. And as Alex Zamlin argues, Delaney crafted his ideas of Black escape to a new world and tested the boundaries of racial claim-making and imagination. Part of this visioning happens in Canada, and in fact, this visioning is possible because of Canada. Winfred Siemerlin argues that Delaney's presence in Chatham marked the place as, quote, an essential intellectual and organizational hub for Black North American resistance. It should also not go unnoticed that Delaney also institutes a 4-point sanitation program in the height of the cholera epidemic in Chatham in 1856. He's doing all of this stuff. And in a lot of ways, Americans have claimed Delaney as theirs and Canadians have not. So it is here then that the Black diasporic connections rooted in Canada take on transnational shapings. Black immigrationists and Black immigration movements, as articulated by people like Shad Carey and Delaney, presented a refusal by which Black people refused to engage in the conversation of white subjugation. The very geography of Canada offered some aspects of safety, and a key word is some. And it allowed them access to print culture, to write, to produce, and it also gave them the space by which to theorize alongside other community members and leaders. It is here that we see the foundation of Black studies in Canada, where Black resistance stood alongside Black independence and articulations of Black self-actualization. And even here, activists were not in alignment about what that self-actualization should look like or might look like. For example, Shad Carey believed that Delaney's vision of an autonomous Black nation was somewhat unrealistic, largely because of Delaney's assertion of Black male authority and control. And I think this is worth noting. In keeping with the conference theme, we listen and, oh good, I just want to make sure y'all were still with me. All right, cool. All right, so in keeping with this conference theme of we listen and we don't judge, it is critical to remember that Black visioning of the era was complicated and rife with disagreement. To this end, I am reminded of what LeGarrette J. King's Principles of Black Historical Consciousness tell us, where he argues that in order to allow for Black identities to be complex and nuanced, contention has to be part of the conversation, so that we can address the full humanity of Black people, including their vulnerabilities. We are human beings, we make hard decisions, we don't agree. All right, that's fully coming up, that's great. So Abraham Beverly Walker and Neath, I think, are other ways we might be able to think about this. So the conceptualizing of Black intellectual life would continue into the 20th century in really, really complicated ways. And the reason why I'm using these early examples, and a lot of times when we track the Black radical and Black liberal traditions, we really articulate the historical past as if it's this Black liberal tradition that had no radical thinking, that had no forceful ways of engaging in really thoughtful engagements, and we leave the radical thinking to the 1950s and 1960s, and I disagree with that trajectory, and I disagree with that historical timeline. So, Neath, then, a magazine of literature, science, art, philosophy, and jurisprudence and criticism, yes, that's the whole name, was a literary and cultural magazine that was edited by and created by Abraham Beverly Walker and published in St. John, New Brunswick. And during its short run between 1903 and 1904, there were only 5 issues that were released of Neath. Neath stood as one of the earliest Black literary magazines in Canada, and as Billy Johnson argues, the magazine stood at the intersections of competing discourses that were emerging in the era. This included Canadian nationalism, it included North American Black nationalism, Pan-Africanism, and British imperialism. Neath remained grounded in the local, but it also was considering the national context of Canada and North America, and it also was deeply global in its scope. It not only considered Atlantic Canada as a place for Black intellectual life, but it also emphasized Pan-African Black nationalism. As Johnson contends, Neath challenged the exclusionary representations of regional and national identity being represented by local magazines of the era in the 20th century. What's also important is that Neath's editor, Abraham Beverly Walker, was a lawyer, he was a journalist, he was an activist who was born in Belle Isle Creek, New Brunswick. whose ancestors were part of the earliest and first wave of Black loyalists who found themselves in the region. Walker received his Bachelor of Law from the National University of Washington, D.C., and he was admitted as an attorney in New Brunswick in 1881. He was called to the bar in 1882 and is often recorded as the first Canadian-born Black barrister in Canada. I don't think the first really matters. It's what he does when he's there. As a Black lawyer, Walker faces challenges building a successful law practice in New Brunswick, but at the same time he's doing all this, he's a prolific letter writer, lecturer, essayist, and he is a community activist publishing all kinds of things. And as a result, when he establishes NEAth in 1903, he's really structuring it around addressing what was then called the Negro problem. And in 1903, he contributes significant amount of context and content, authoring over 100 articles and short essays, editorials, and reviews in the magazine NEAth. NEAth then, for Walker, becomes a vehicle for change and racial advancement, but it's also the place where he describes Black creative expressive culture and the way Black populations saw themselves in the literary world. This stood at the time when transnational Black intellectual and print culture was paramount. To put this into context, W.E.B. Du Bois's Souls of Black Folk is also released in 1903, the same time that NEAth gets, but we all focus so heavily on Du Bois and we don't talk about maybe Walker. So the same year, these kinds of conversations are happening. And for Walker, the Negro problem he describes is a national problem. It's an international problem. He's not concerned with defining a distinct Black identity. Instead, he's concerned with pushing against assumptions of Black racial inferiority. Walker greatly values the national sovereignty of communities like Haiti. He defines Haiti as a Pan-African example of sovereignty. He defends Haiti as a model of self-determination, and he doesn't stop there. NEAth would not be the first Black periodical in Canada. It really was continuing a Black intellectual tradition of the era, where Black newspapers like The Voice of the Fugitive, The Provincial Freeman, and later Dawn of Tomorrow were all part of these conversations. So long before what has been dubbed as the radical 1960s, NEAth revealed the articulations of a Black radical politics at a time that often encouraged anti-racist, that refused to encourage anti-racist discourse. Instead, NEAth says a different visioning of Black life in Canada is possible, and an imagining of Blackness globally is possible. So after NEAth folds in 1904, Walker dedicates his time and energy into promoting what was then called the African Civilization Movement, or the earliest Back to Africa schemes, and he begins starting to articulate this really forcefully after NEAth collapses. And while NEAth was not without its problems, often encouraging discourses of racial and educational uplift that was often akin to Black respectability politics and performance, NEAth stands as a radical Black periodical because it stands on the periphery of the nation, it understands the nation, it twists the nation, and it expands it. So NEAth then, and many Black newspapers of their era, can really be considered some of the earliest texts of Black studies in Canada. They tracked the problems facing Black communities. They also described Black knowledge, Black skill, Black expertise. Ultimately, what Black studies is. In these renderings, the discourse of Blackness as a problem shifts, and instead, Blackness is positioned in all its literary and creative renderings as human. So for the most part, we are really tracking the intellectual genealogy of Black studies in Canada, and I believe these ruptures might allow us to consider a richer and longer history behind the development of Black studies in this geographic space. And while many of the activists that I talk about are often born elsewhere, I think examples like Ida Gibbs Hunt and, of course, Abraham Beverly Walker tell us instead of a really Canadian-born Black rendering as well. And I think a case can be made for the ways in which Canadian-born Black populations informed a larger Black studies development. So in much the same ways that we were having a conversation before around Viola Desmond and the way that we might be able to reimagine the United States, if we think about how these Canadian-born activists informed Black studies in the United States, we might be able to flip these conversations in really, really critical ways. To this end, I can't think of a better example than Ida Gibbs, who was born in November 16, 1862, in Victoria, British Columbia, and she was a Black administrator and international racial and gender equity activist, and is also the daughter of Milflin Wilbstar Gibbs, who was settled in Vancouver Island in 1858. And when Gibbs's family returned to the United States in 1872, they became an affluent family, and Ida Gibbs was able to attend and complete her college education in 1884, earning a bachelor and master's degree in Oberlin College in Ohio. She becomes an instructor at M Street High School in Washington, D.C., and she eventually retires after she marries a diplomat named William Henry Hunt in 1904. Often traveling with her husband on diplomatic assignments, Gibb Hunt contributes to discussions of civil rights, women's rights, and Pan-African debates. And my colleague Nadej Kampore at the University of Toronto is illuminating more on her participation at these Pan-Africanist congresses. And the Hunts traveled widely, and living in areas like Madagascar, Guadeloupe, France, and Liberia. And it's here that Gibbs Hunt really starts to expand her view of racial justice on a global scale. She works with Du Bois during the first Pan-African Congress held in 1919 in Paris and becomes the assistant secretary for the second Pan-African Congress. And you can see Gibbs Hunt kind of sitting right behind Du Bois in the 1919 Pan-African Congress. Of course, the emphasis is almost always placed on Du Bois and very little on perhaps Ida Gibbs Hunt, who also was engaging in critical conversations. So in a lot of ways, Gibbs Hunt's participation in several Pan-African Congresses marks her importance for thinking through Black women's internationalism. Gibbs Hunt would be part of these conversations and reflect Black women's mobilization on an international front. She also represented the ways in which Black women found themselves in international world politics and building a global human rights agenda. Put in another way, Gibbs Hunt and other Black delegates participated in foreign policy before the Cold War era even arrived. This multi-dimensional mobilization happened across various geographies and considered Black presence across the diaspora. These early movements for social justice amongst Black populations in and outside of Canada are important. All of this is to say there's been a long-standing history, a genealogy of Black intellectual and activist traditions in Canada where many people debated and engaged with what future possibilities might look like for Black populations. And then we probably get to the ones you all know more forcefully. At last year's keynote, Dr. Abdul Alkamat really tracked a shifting tide of Black activism with students across academic institutions in the 1950s and 1960s. He noted the ways in which Black studies became formally institutionalized in the academy, and in the Canadian context, a similar trajectory was happening, although we were talking a lot today about how there was a limited national implementation of these Black Studies program. We can talk a little bit about why that's the case in Canada, but I think we already know what it is. In Canada then, older Black leadership was being challenged by a new generation of Black student activists, largely from the Caribbean and continental Africa. As scholars like Sean Mills and David Austin have often argued, others have noted Montreal specifically as becoming a hub for transnational Black radicalism. Much of the activity happened around universities like Concordia, which was then called Sir George Williams, and McGill University. In 1965, a group of Caribbean students formed what was called the Caribbean Conference Committee, or CCC, dedicated to the cultural, economic, and political transformation of the Caribbean. The Montreal-based group organized a series of events and played a major role in raising the political consciousness of the Caribbean diaspora and Black populations more widely. The CCC would be part of this wave of new left organizations and activists that emerged across the world. And the group not only had a significant impact in North America, its members also profoundly impacted political developments in the Caribbean in the late 1960s and 1970s. The Caribbean Conference Committee, which was and included influential figures such as Robert Hill, Rosie Douglas, Ann Cools, and Alfie Roberts, organized a series of symposia between 1965 and 1967 that brought some of the major Black thinkers into Montreal. Their conference, of course, during the 1960s, attracted some of the most forceful student leaders that would later be part of the Sir George Williams protest, sometimes called the affair. It's just like Canadians to call a radical protest an affair, but it was a deeply radical protest. But the Sir George Williams protest, many of the student activists were part of this writers group that I think many of you might have heard of in the past. These conferences, and especially the Congress of Black Writers, as David Austin argues, reverberated throughout Jamaica and would have proved to be influential in the Black Power protests in Trinidad in 1970. And CCC then became a distinctive and influential voice in Black radical thought on a global scale. But most importantly, Austin contends that, quote, the wider society was shocked that the presence of Black political intellectuals in Canada and the expression of Black internationalism that connected Black folks from across the world. And I think this is pertinent, particularly for times like now, that the gathering space, the places by which Black people think about Black consciousness raising, often always comes with backlash and white fear. In October of 1968, the Congress of Black Writers was held at McGill University, drawing nearly 2,000 people to hear people like Stokely Carmichael or Kwame Ture, C.L.R. James, and Rocky Jones, and other influential figures. But it was also important to note that this unifying call around Blackness sometimes cloaked the differences and the absences within the sessions. For example, Black women were largely excluded from the public platforms of the meetings and the sessions, but they were deeply active. Women like Dorothy Wills and Vera Jackson were actively organizing with the Congress of Black Women. Still, strong Pan-Africanist thinking and the idea of community development connected the wider African diaspora and remained at the heart of many of the sessions. The space once again then offered a critical rendering of Black life and belonging in Canada. It was one that understood and transcended borders and boundaries. And in fact, the Congress of Black Writers, as Dr. Alchemit highlighted last year, was one of the largest or the largest student protest in Canada, or led to the largest student protest in Canada. It's after the Sir George Williams protest that we see a stronger Canadian rendering and orientation towards Black radical politics. In many ways, increasing state repression and surveillance that resulted from the Sir George Williams protest and Black activism in the 1960s facilitated a stronger focus and determination of Blackness in Canada. At the same time, student organizations were creating all kinds of advocacy groups and Black history and African courses across Canadian universities. The West Indian Society at Sir George Williams University was founded in 1953, and by 1969, the Black Students Association gets created at the university. The Black Students Union and the University of Toronto and the Black People's Movement at York University all get created in 1970 as a result of this mobilization. A small number of courses start to emerge at areas like the University of Waterloo and McGill, and African studies and African history programs, pre-colonial African courses, all get instituted really in the end of the 1960s and early 1970s as a response to this mobilization as activism. And at the same time, extensive community organizing was happening in all areas. The Black United Front of Nova Scotia, for example, created programming and courses on Black self-determination and advancement external to the academy. But it would not be until 2016 that the first Black Studies program gets adopted at Dalhousie University, which says a lot, I think, about the historical trajectory of where we come from and how long it's taken. Perhaps it is an indication of how insidious white supremacy is in the Canadian context. But all of this is to say Black Canadian studies and the Black diaspora more broadly across Canadian universities are still in the midst of crafting what they want the program to look like. I think our panelists today have all indicated that. So what does this all mean? Black studies in Canada does not necessarily offer brand new critiques, but rather a centering of not only the histories of Blackness within this space, but it also talks and gives us an idea of what it means to write, to think, to vision in Black. As such, the historical actors that I have mentioned today engaged in various forms of Black liberatory thinking, or as Tina Kempt argues, a Black fugitivity that is rooted in disavowal and disengagement from state-sanctioned projects. The tenuous nature of racial tolerance in Canada at times provided a gateway for some Black people and those who took advantage of it. Therefore, the evolution of Black studies in Canada is not just about the study of Blackness, but about Black awareness of state-sanctioned projects that serve to dehumanize Black populations and the strategic and the critical deployment of Black goals that sought to access personal security and communal survival. But the field also articulates the personal and social aspirations of Black communities across Canada. I hope this talk today is starting to give us a sense of what that multiplicity looks like, that there is a diverse range of formations of Black studies, and that Canada is only one framework by which we can help understand that. My goal has been to try and encourage a thinking of Black Canada as a space for resistance, where Black folks built theories of change and looked towards or looked outwards towards a future for Black life. This framework not only acknowledged the reality of anti-Black racism in Canada, but also the diverse ways in which Black people experience, perceive, and find joy in the world. From Shad Carey to Walker to Gibbs Hunt and Delaney, the historical actors have taught us about the idea that another world is possible, looking forward towards something not yet created. The challenge for us is to think about this visioning from our locales within the academy and our deep investments in the academic sphere. In much the same ways that Black activists in the past have taught us about the significance and the importance of community-led approaches, so too must our focus on Black studies. We need to constantly embed an ethics of care and reciprocity, one that positions collective knowledge and, of course, liberation at the center of all that we do. To this end, I encourage us to think about what Joshua Myers talks about in his work of Black Study, in which he singularizes Black studies to say that the real study of Blackness happens adjacent to or even under the academy rather than within it. And so perhaps part of this is to also push against the tendency, the academic tendency, to obscure community, to individualize our own research agendas so that only one of a few of us can speak to an incredibly diverse and vast range of Black studies and its development. And while we may not always be in agreement about what the project of Black studies in Canada should do, or even what it can look like, we can agree that the Black experiences need to be told from the lens of Black people in all our complexity. Thanks. This water from you? It's okay.
Thank you, Dr. Ala Dejebi, for your amazing talk.
You're
I have more
welcome.
words later, but we're gonna do quick 5 minutes of Q&A. If anyone has a question, we have a microphone. Questions? Yeah, back here.
Thank you. My name is Peter Scott, and I'm a faculty member here at OCAD University.
Great kid.
First of all, I want to say thank you for your talk. That was very, very moving and very lots to think about. And I almost feel as if I don't want to ask you a question. I want to just kind of digest it a little bit.
Yeah.
Because I think digesting and reflecting is really important. Yeah. So first, I want to say thank you. A couple of quick questions. Is that Miriam Makeba from South Africa?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
Sorry, I should have explained some of these images. Yes, it is. And Stokely Carmichael, C.L.R. Jones, and Rocky Jones, who was considered to be who was categorized as the Stokely Carmichael of Canada, which I don't agree with because I think he was doing his own thing. Yep. But and they're all part of the, they come as the Congress of Black Writers engaged in this. Yes,
yeah,
but it
perfect,
is.
Great. My question is just more in our contemporary times. One of the things that I think about, like for example, here at OCAD, we're in the process of creating a black minor.
Yeah.
Which is really exciting,
awesome.
right? And for undergrad black minor. And so one of the things that I often think about as from an instructor perspective is the potential to collaborate across universities.
Yeah.
So for example, this event today is being done from McMaster University, right? But I'm not sure a lot of us at OCAD really know about it as much, to be honest with you. So I just wonder what your thoughts are in terms of how to look across systems, educational systems, university systems. What are your thoughts on collaboration opportunities? Maybe you could talk about what might that look like in the future.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate, and a lot of panelists have already discussed collaboration or the significance of emphasizing collaboration. I am deeply invested in collaboration, so I think the challenge for us has been, for example, when we were creating the Black Canadian Studies certificate in the Canadian context at U of T, we didn't necessarily share, right, the drafts or the information with other institutions that might have been creating a certificate. When Dalhousie is creating its minor, I didn't get to see what that looked like institutionally so that we could advocate here. And this is the disconnect across institutions. Those conversations have happened one-on-one with people that I know who are like, I'm starting to advocate for this program. What did you do? What was the language? And so we've been sharing in these circles and collaborating informally because the institution has constrained the ways that we can. And so I think that these kinds of spaces allow for those kinds of partnerships and the sharing of information, data, knowledge, expertise. But it really is happening still in silos, right? And there is an assumption that when the Black Canadian Studies certificate was being created, the positioning of the language as, oh, U of T, you gotta be at the forefront of this discourse, right? Using the language of the institution on itself to try to advocate for this minor. But honestly, the people who forced the work are the students, right? They forced a radical visioning of these conversations in a way that I think is really critical. So I think collaborations are happening. I think those institutional documents are not being shared. They are not put in a public or openly accessible way by which we then can understand how institutions have shifted that language, and that is the work, right? But I do think in these informal collaborations and circles, it is happening, right? I think the knowledge sharing is always happening. And so I very much believe in the necessity for that. A second part of this is when conversations around Black Studies certificates, programs, minors were being developed, the critique was, why don't we have a Black Studies institute? We now have multiple, for example, in the city of Toronto, institutions that all are doing some variation of Black Studies, and yet there's no formal institute by which this is taken up. And it led to all kinds of tense conversations around African studies, around Caribbean studies, around like who's gonna house, who's gonna host, who's gonna be the face. And so I think there are challenges to this. We should be further along than we are, right? Like we should be further along than in the minors. But to put it in even further context, me trying to tell students, take the certificate, come roll through. They're like, no, I'm rolling into my nursing program. I don't have time for this. You know what I mean? I gotta take an extra 7 courses. So there's also a way by which, even in those, like the way that we can embed the certificate, the courses, the minors, so that it sits with a STEM, so that it forces a really reimagining of what Black Studies is, so that it's embedded everywhere. So the long answer is collaboration is necessary, all right? The short answer is it's already happening, despite institutional constraints. But we do need, right, more publicly accessible information so that community folks, for example, can engage and have access to it, so that parents who want to advocate for their students can know what's out there. So we've not yet moved and bridged that conversation yet, and I think that that's the phase we need to be perhaps gearing towards now. Yeah.
Thank you very much for your historical rundown. As a non-historian,
I knew you were going to say something about not being a historian. Yep.
It was very helpful for me. This is a tongue-in-cheek question, but like low-key serious. When is the textbook coming? Because I'm very interested in, one of the things I'm very invested in, I talked to both you and Natasha about this, is the historical timeline.
Yeah.
In Canada, it's very, very hard for us to carve out that timeline. And I like the way that you pulled it in with Walker and Neath and talked about the proximity to Du Bois and the souls of Black folk and the ways that they were thinking about the Negro question. So what place do you think like official textbooks have, or the kind of work that you and others do, how can we as non-historians use that work or have access to it without having to do all the historical work that you do?
So this is where I think me as a historian, I'm behind, right? I don't know if students want a textbook.
I want one.
Yeah, but the young people are doing and writing creative TikToks. They're like doing self-film projects. They're like doing media stuff. They don't care about the textbook. Matter of fact, the undergraduate students in my class aren't even reading past the first one, and I have a lot. Hence why the student was like, you have all these readings, right? And they don't read past the first reading. So to me, I'm like, I feel, of course, I want a textbook, right? I want the textbook that I want, but I don't know if that's where young people are at. I think young folks are asking different questions of us, and they're asking us to make education, these histories more accessible, right? And this is where I've always struggled as a historian, is that I really want to create these accessible things, but I don't think I should be the person to do it. Like, I think young folks are already doing it. Putting this into context, there's like all kinds of like new media out. There's Sunny's Quest, which is like a young television show about the Black life and Black experience across Canada. There's all of these cool projects happening already that young people are engaging with external to it. So to answer your question, it's possible. I just don't know if it's appropriate anymore for the textbook. You know what I mean? I don't know. I don't know. Is there? I mean,
Okay.
we can do it.
Yeah. A round of applause for our keynote speaker. A round of applause. Okay.
You want this? No, we're good. Thank you. So sorry to cut everybody off. Timing, there's food. So thank you so much, Dr. Alajebi, for your outstanding and thought-provoking address. We admire how you provided us with key insights into the tracking of intellectual genealogies of Canadian history, Canadian Black history, and answering the question of what does Canada have to offer to Black studies. I know that for myself, this year's Black Futurities Conference has provided me with the space to begin thinking through some of the ideas that I work through in my own dissertation research, where I focus on the Black cohort hiring initiatives across Canada. So thank you so much for that address. We thoroughly appreciate you. One more round of applause.
Okay. Once again, we want to thank everyone for being here for the 2025 Black Futurity Conference. We listen. Oh yeah. Just to be sure to connect with us, please use the hashtag Black Futurity 2025. And we want to thank our illustrator behind. Please a round of applause for Jada. And also another thank you to the team, partners, funders, service provider, everyone that have been a part of this. Please a round of applause to yourself. A round of applause to yourself. We'll see you when we see you, when we see you again, when we see you. Thank you very much. Oh, yeah. That's a wrap-up. Oh, yeah, reception. We can move there now to...
We have a traditional Ethiopian tea ceremony happening. There is food. DJ Chris will be playing music in the back. There is the photo backdrop. So take pictures, post them on Instagram. Thank you.
Okay. And that's it.